Ahí está, creo. Hola, youtubers. Se ponía a lootear los cadáveres cuando tenía que terminar la misión. No vamos. Vámonos. Vámonos. Acá tiene que haber algo bueno. ¡No!
Bloody hell.
Por una poca acá. Dale. Dale. No había nada de loot. Me cago en la bosta. Me cago en la bosta. Vamos.
Go to the horses. Sure, let's go.
Vamos. Vamos, gordos. O sea, creo que maté a todos. Creo que los maté a todos. Una masacre.
What the hell is keeping you? Open the gate. Huh?
Uy, ahí abro la... ¡Ah! Uy, un cofre. ¿Y los youtubers?
I must admit, mes amis, the
Ya
last
salvé, sí.
time I have had such a suspense
Tiene fucking bestia.
was when I was rescuing the King of France. Ah, oui, monsieur, you are surely brave, and fortune favors the brave. Ah!
Y ahora se viene la escena de sexo homosexual.
Free at last!
Creo.
Thank you for coming for me, Henry. You're a great friend.
De nada por
The
cumiar.
best I could wish for.
After today, you may also count me among your friends. I, Vauquelin Brabant, chevalier, aventurier et voyageur. I'm at your service, mon brave Henri. And I have an excellent idea. In your honor, I shall name my new horse after you.
Pleased to meet you, Sir Vacula.
My name is Vauquelin.
Vocula?
Vauquelin. Vauquelin.
Franchude.
Vocla... would you mind if I just call you Brabber?
Brabant. En.
Brabant?
Que peut-on y faire? It will have to do. Do not concern yourself, mon ami. Clearly, you are not talented in the art of conversation. But at least you have courage and other skills. You carried out the entire operation truly
me acaba de putear.
brilliantly. I could not have done it much better myself. And look, mon ami, how the fresh air suits Monsieur Chapon. He has finally stopped drawing in self-pity.
What self-pity, damn it? I was locked up for days in a tiny stinking room.
Ah, come now, mon cher. Luck was simply not on your side for once. That is all. Now we are finally
Muy
free.
tristes los
The
franceses.
time has come for grand deeds. I did not waste my time in captivity. I fought everything over diligently. Listen,
Please, I'd prefer not to.
What's your plan, Sir Baron?
an heroic deed about which hordes shall one day be composed, similar to my feat in the famous battle of Arezzo.
But what would you do now?
What if we were to journey to Vienne? We could assemble a company and liberate le roi Wenceslas.
That would be excellent. If the king were to return, the
No,
nobility
yo no
would
odio a los
definitely
franceses.
support
O sea,
you.
me gusta la historia
Sigismund would have to
francesa,
withdraw.
pero no.
Précisément. And
No es lo
what
que
is
se
more,
convirtieron.
our names would be sung throughout
hay
the
personajes-
kingdom. Undoubtedly,
hay líderes
we would
franceses que
also
son
earn a rich reward too.
personajes de la historia francesa
Then
que
I
son
would invite
una
the
locura.
best stonemason from France
Sí, no se puede
and
odiar a
build
todo
Monsieur
Francia.
Chapeau a castle that even Chevalier Hanush wouldn't be.
Tenés a
You must
Napoleón,
be mad.
tenés a De Gaulle.
You've been free less than a day, and you're already thinking up ways to get yourself killed. I'd rather endure Hanush's preaching about my incompetence
tenés
than
Mbappé.
listen to this chatter.
Tío, ¿eh?
We'll see what happens next. But the first thing that I need is to get good and drunk. We should spur the horses on. God knows, they might be hot on our heels. Yeah!
Tenés a Messi.
Christ, wounds. Such destruction and havoc.
War. Monsieur Chapon, you have yet to participate in a real battle. But I fought against les Valaques at Naples, and les Anglais in Bourgogne. And that is how war looks, whether in Italy or la Bohème. It is always the
Así
same.
se ve la
That's
guerra.
not war. It's
Pero
barbarism.
despair.
What value did this village have?
Eh bien, I would estimate 5 courtyards. Annual revenues could be perhaps several hundred groschen.
That's not what I meant, Bacalin. No fortress. Maybe one fortified courtyard. Practically insignificant militarily. That's not how war should be fought. This is unjust.
Do
Bueno.
not give way to sentimentality.
¿Este Cape es un
monsieur.
trolardo?
A village could harbor spies and saboteurs or supply the enemy, and destroying enemy assets is an effective tool of war. Wars are not decided only in battles. There are not even many of those. To strike in the rear, make the enemy lose and bleed. That is how most conflicts are fought. Or whether wait a year or two, the village will be settled. The population will increase
Acabas un
again.
pancito con queso y jamón,
That
duende,
is
Nash, como dirían en
how
el
it
violín de
always
Costa.
happens.
But we're the nobility. Our task is to lessen the chances of
Yo me
such
estoy a punto de
things
hacer una
happening.
chocolatada. Pero no me están viendo.
Brabant's right. The war must be won, by whatever means. Burn down 2 of Sigismund's villages for every one of ours he burned down. And a dozen for Scalise.
Exactement. And I would be all for attacking La Dalmatie. I would like to visit there sometime.
Yeah.
Oh, me voy a hacer... Igual la chocolatada se toma fría, flaco. Ahora me voy a hacer una chocolatada. ¿No se murió Coscu todavía? No. ¿Qué pasa con Koski? No te metas con él, El último gran streamer argentino. Así está la vara. Después del Rubius, el mejor streamer argentino. La niebla no se ve una goma. Oh. No, los pibes. Cinema. Hanush. Ratzi.
Of all the bandits in the whole wide world, we run into this pair of scoundrels.
Atrapaste.
We... I fucked everything up.
Oh, get up, lad. Everyone makes mistakes. Only a better man owns up to them. At least we know now what kind of vermin we're dealing with.
What brings you here? We just escaped from Malashov, and right now...
There's no time for haste. One thing at a time, my boy.
My boy. Llegaron los pibes. Ganamos.
Word reached Rat-Eye that you pair got yourselves into a nice mess. I'm glad to see you both in one piece. So, let's hear it. What happened?
It's best if Henry tells you. I wasn't around for half of it.
Le echó la culpa a
We
Hans.
spied Trotsky on the horizon. Then everything started to go to hell.
Igual
We made camp by
tendríamos
a
razón.
pond with the intention of heading for the castle.
Hans se
at first
equivocó
light.
80 veces.
Only we were ambushed by bandits in the evening. They killed all our men and took everything they could carry, including the letter for von Berghoff.
Boludo, este...
And how
Anush
did
está
you two
flaquísimo.
manage to get out alive?
Just by a stroke of good luck. We were both in a bad way. We might not have made it if a local herb woman hadn't taken care of us.
Only after that, we couldn't get
Vamos
into the
Sempic.
castle, though. We looked like a pair of beggars.
And the bastards treated us as such.
But you did get into Trotsky in the end, didn't you?
Von Berghoff received us and heard us out. It seemed like he was on our side. We even helped him out several times. Until we found out he was just stringing us along. It all came out after we set out with von Berghoff's men to deal with the bandits who were rampaging in his domain. The same ones who attacked us at the start.
Only they ambushed us and took me and Henry captive for ransom.
But it turned out these very outlaws are on our side. They're fighting for King Wenceslas on the
Doble
orders of Sokol of Lamberg.
Giros
Well, I'll
narrativos.
be damned.
So von Berghoff has been the real enemy all this time. And Zizka is actually our ally.
Y ahora nos van a decir.
Shishka. He's the captain of those outlaws. That name doesn't ring a bell.
I think you'll meet him soon enough.
What impression did he make on you?
He's an interesting fella. Handy with a weapon, but also pretty tricky. It's best to keep a fella like that on your side.
He made quite an impression on me, for one. I'll be happy to see him again. But if only it didn't have to be in Rapors. Why Rapors? Of all the places in the world.
We're riding to a gathering of King Wenceslas's supporters. If fortune favors us, the future fate of the kingdom will be decided there.
If we keep standing around here gabbing about it, it'll be decided
Listo, matemos a
without us.
Sigismundo, ya fue.
Patience, my friend. This pair have just returned
Hay
from
que
the
matar a
clutches of
Sigismundo.
the enemy. No doubt they have something to tell us.
Like how
Yeah,
in
but
the
see.
devil did you manage to escape?
Todo bien.
I was helped by the Ruthard family,
¿Vos?
the former rulers of Malashov, in exchange for dealing with some trouble they had with Ulrich of Raditz.
Ulrich Vavak? But he's the mint master.
Well, he won't be for long. If it comes to light that he's been putting his sticky fingers on the royal
No, no
sword.
lo
It
cuentes.
seems you've been pretty busy.
But
No
don't
lo
forget to
cuentes,
say
Henry,
what you found out
pedazo de
from
tarado.
von Bergov in Malashov.
Sigismund has convened the city council. Markvart von Aulitz will be there with him, too. The word is, Sigismund is going to make an important announcement there.
He picked a nice time for it. But at least he won't be sticking his nose into what's going on around.
Now, if we had one of our people at that assembly, we'd get Sigismund's plans nice and fresh.
Vas y salió de la
Straight from the
cárcel.
horse's mouth, so to speak.
My
Cárcel
very
laboral.
words. And I know exactly who to send. Young Lord Capon will go with us to Rabosh, but you'll have to return to the city right away and try to worm your way into the town hall.
What? How can I get in there? I can't just walk in off the street.
You've got the dirt on Vavak, and you don't know how to use it.
Es verdad.
Just tell him either he gets you into the council chamber, or you get him on the gallows.
It's worth a try, right?
I hope that assembly really is important. If Sigismund is just going to announce an increase in taxes, there's not much point in my being there.
Well, at least you can enjoy watching the long faces of the councillors when they hear it. And don't worry, I'll eat and drink in Rabosh on your behalf.
If I come back and find you there under lock and key again, I'll leave you to rot.
T'inquiète. I will go as well, and I will not let your friend out of my sight.
Hans? Who's this?
Vaclin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo, at your service.
La cara de
He
Janusz.
was a captive of Lord von Bergov's, like me. He defended Kuttenberg against Sigismund.
In that case, he'll be a welcome guest at Rabosh.
Para el Backpack
You
Battles
don't know
está
what
en
you're
móvil.
promising, Baron. Watching Sir Hans is a job and a half.
The main thing is to watch out for yourself, Henry.
Nos van a mandar de
As soon
vuelta
as you
al
can do
muere.
so without raising suspicion, come and join us.
He'll manage it, but now we really need to hit the road.
Safe travel, Henry.
Adieu et bonne chance.
And to you. Hopefully we'll meet soon.
¿Otra vez tengo que hacer todo yo?
I ought to go and see Rosa when I'm in town. No doubt she'd like to know how it went with that book.
Este no es mi caballo. ¿Dónde está Pebbles? ¡Pebbles! ¿A este caballo lo debo hacer? Ok, tengo que ir acá. Tengo tiempo suficiente before... O sea que no tengo que hacerla ahora. O sí la tengo que hacer ahora. Es porque... Si es por tiempo estamos en el horno. Backpack Brawl. No conocía, no conocía.
My God, that looks like a bloody expensive horse.
A la mierda. ¿Qué le pasó a este tipo?
Quick!
O sea, no sé si tengo que hacerla en el momento. Ah, ya fue. Tengo miedo igual. Si se me pierde. Bueno, no creo que se pierda. Si es una misión principal, no se puede perder. Clueless.
God be with you.
Spare a few coins.
Seguramente no va a pasar nada.
I'm sorry. Oh, people, show mercy.
Tomando el locro popular.
Lord be with you.
I went past your garden.
Excuse me.
And that dog of yours was going mad, barking and growling at me like I was a stranger. Don't be like that.
I know. Sorry. He's getting old and losing his wits. He's half blind, as good as dead.
Ay, ay, ay.
Always glad to see polite people like you.
¿Esta fuente?
Hear tidings of what is happening in our city. Just as two royal brothers
Una
are
fuente de
fighting
agua.
for the kingdom, so two other brothers are quarreling in Gutenberg. Brothers in Christ.
Nueva historia de Star Rail.
Since the Sedlets monastery was founded.
Greetings to you. G'day. G'day. I'm sorry.
Who's that? Where have you gone? I should look inside my chest.
Right?
Perdón. ¿Cuánto carisma me da esto? ¿Cero carisma? Para Henry no se puede poner ropa de mujer. Eso está mal. Bien para nada.
Thank you, sir, and come again.
Good day.
¿Dónde está mi...? Vale, hay que hacer las cosas bien. Si tenemos esto armado, vamos a armar. Tenemos 30 carisma. 30 tenemos. Por acá. Jugar a un gacha es pick. Jugar a un gacha es pick.
God bless you, sir.
Por acá. Deja nomás.
I don't know what you said.
By the way, like you were saying about that book,
My favorite book. Pray tell, did you find it?
as I wandered through the fortress, I stumbled upon von Bergov's chambers, and there it lay. Red leather, gold inlay, just as you said.
You really found it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, did you have any time to leaf through it and see what it's about?
Actually not.
That's too bad.
Why do you think so?
I just think you might find some common ground with the author. Not in absolutely everything, of course.
Pero ¿por qué no me... Déjame
That's not
leerlo.
possible. But in basic matters, I believe you do.
No, debía...
Look,
¿Por qué no leí?
you've never thought about writing something.
Me? And what would I write?
How should I know? Poetry, a novel, a
Okay, no.
treatise, or a whole book?
That's a tempting notion. Who knows? In another life, I might have become a writer.
Wouldn't you want to at least give it a try?
I suppose I'm not quite sure where you're going with this.
There are still a few blank pages left, so we could finish writing it together. You and me. What do you think?
That sounds great.
We'll have plenty of light and privacy in my chambers. Will you escort me?
My pleasure.
How should I start?
You haven't thought of anything yet?
Now, I have many ideas, but we must contribute in equal part.
Both? Well, fine.
And what should
Y
I
esto no
do?
termina en
Just
sexo,
tell
desinstalo
me
el
what
juego.
you'd like to read about. A tale of a man or a woman? I'll take careful notes of everything.
Well, being a man myself, a man, I suppose.
Why not? And what kind of a man is he?
You mean I have to think up a name?
You don't need to, but try to describe him so I can better imagine him. With a single word, even.
There've already been enough heroes, saints, kings, and martyrs. So an ordinary person.
That's 2 words, but I'll forgive you. And do you want it to be an ordinary villain or an ordinary do-gooder?
Make him a do-gooder. But he can also have some bad traits to make it believable.
Very well. And what kind?
That sounds as if you've already thought of one.
Oh, my. And not just one. But I asked first.
Yeah. Anyone's faults are easy to find.
Especially when that person doesn't even try to hide them.
And what's wrong with that? Would you prefer for people to pretend to be better than they are?
No. But putting your bad habits on display for all to see is...
¿Vamos a tener sexo o no?
What if he were a bit of a womanizer? But a decent fella otherwise.
And that strikes you as an excusable bad trait. I will engage in no such defense.
Perdimos reputación. La puta madre, boludo.
He could be born with his foot in his mouth. I know many such. They blurt something out, and only then think about it.
That's a good idea. His mouth gets him into trouble, but in the end, also out of it. That would be a joy to write. Well, just about finished.
Well, let's have a look.
Not yet. Something's missing.
What?
A picture. I don't trust myself with proper illumination, but I think I can handle a sketch, especially if you'll be my model.
What? And what on earth do I have to do?
Have you ever seen a heron? Imitate one.
A heron? Well... maybe like
Cracaos.
this?
¿Qué haces, Henry? Dios. Tiene una T-pose el tipo.
Well, now we're done.
Oh, finally. I'm sore all over.
Your suffering is over. Come take a look at what we've done. Your reward. I thought you wanted to read it as soon as possible.
Unfortunately, I don't know the price we can for the room. Y ya volví allí. ¿No te vas a bañar? Hay que leer todo esto.
So what about that story of ours? Tell me your impressions.
That's nice. A bit didactic, but not to the point of boring moral bludgeoning. And that's the way it should be. Sermons for ordinary people work in a similar way. They entertain and encourage, with a few lessons added in between.
You see, when I lead mass one of these days, I'll certainly think of you. And what about the sketch? For such a slapdash job, it's not bad, right?
Oh, it's pretty, really. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
But otherwise, I think we can be quite satisfied.
Well, and for that matter,
No beating around. Please do stop by sometime. Perhaps I can show you my...
O sea, me quedé acá solamente para... No hubo sexo. No hubo sexo. Dios me libre.
Ha! I thought it was old Bart.
Deja nomás.
But then I heard him coughing his lungs up in the yard again today.
Not a chance. That old coot will outlive us all. No, it was Jan, the beanpole.
Him? Bee was...
Igual como puede ser que el Kingdom Come tenga... Entiendo el TFT que tenga... ads. Kingdom. O sea, ¿no es para cada juego distinto en Twitch? ¿O en todos los juegos te ponen la misma cantidad de ads? Cosa que en cada juego hay una densidad de ads distinta. Como que hay gente, hay juegos que hay publicistas que pagan por poner ads en determinados juegos. O estoy flasheando. Ok, si no tenemos que hacer... ¿Dónde era? O sea, si puedo no hacer la misión principal, porque siento que esta misión principal va a ser... un quilombo. Sería mejor empezar a hacer la de Gutenberg. De Gutenberg. Es cierto que la otra semana ya me entraron los exámenes. Con ustedes, el doctor me da los medicamentos que debo tomar para que no te preocupes. No sé ni qué decirte, flaco. La verdad que no me preocupa un carajo. Felicito igual. Por vos.
God bless you, sir.
God bless you, sir. Hay una misión acá. Mira qué haces. Carajo te importa.
May God give you help, sir.
Con un poquito de... ¿Dónde está el tipo este? Hay una misión acá. Sus. Permiso. Permiso. Dale, flaco. ¿Qué? Me pregunta que mañana qué hago. ¿Qué hice? ¿Quién le está hablando? ¿A mí? Ah, es acá.
At your service, sir.
Ah, es acá.
Hey, guard. I have to tell you something. I ran into a secret band of thieves. They call themselves the Guild. They claim they're fighting against Sigismund.
That's a bit above my station. If you don't find him at the town hall...
That Milena from next door. The joke's on her.
Like no other, huh?
And when she wins...
¿Cómo puedo reportar a la guild?
It's a sight for Excuse me?
No, eso está... No voy a reportar.
My God, what now?
You said you needed some help with something. What's going on?
Something's happened. Oh, a real mess. And I need help from someone reliable.
What is it?
When I was fishing around for information about Liechtenstein, I cast the net a bit too wide.
And one of the servant girls I questioned was just found dead.
You think she was killed because of you?
I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you for help.
I'll help you. Tell me all about it. Who was this dead girl?
Her name was Alice. She was an ordinary, pretty girl. She worked as a maid.
Son dos puntitos de vuelta.
I heard they found her all hacked up. Tossed somewhere by the town wall. Oh, folk in town are saying it was absolute slaughter. They took the body to the morgue by the St. Peter and St. Paul cemetery.
I'll go take a look at her. See if I can find anything.
I think that would be for the best. Though, I don't think it'll be a very pretty sight. You can ask the gravedigger for details. He'll know the most.
When did you last see the girl?
Around a week ago.
And did you notice anything
Otro
suspicious
femicidio,
about her?
manga de hijos
Not
de
at all.
puta.
She was always cheerful.
Ni en la edad medieval
lively.
nos salvamos de los femicidios.
She was looking forward to a dance. Though I'm afraid she won't be dancing ever again.
Oh.
What was Alice trying to find out for you?
She always brought me the freshest gossip overheard from her master. And lately, what the other maids in town were saying.
And did you learn anything important from her? Something someone would kill her for?
That's the thing. All she brought me was gossip. Who was cheating on who wasn't going to confession, those sorts of things. So you'll have to figure out the rest for yourself.
Tranqui.
What about your other girls? Are they all right?
Yes, fortunately. I'm careful enough to keep them pretty much in the dark about my plans. That's why Alice's death shocked me so much.
What are you going to do next?
I'd like to ask the others if they noticed anything suspicious. If someone is following them and the like, but...
But you don't want to scare them.
I'm scared myself. For them. Maybe nobody knows about them yet. If someone was to follow me, I could give them away. And I can't risk that. I don't want anyone else to die because of me.
What if I go and see them?
They don't know you. I'll figure something out.
Do you think there could be something bigger behind the murder?
I don't know. Maybe, but it's strange. Why would someone do her like that? That's the kind of thing you do when you want to send someone a message.
La debe haber descuartizado.
Why did you ask me in particular for help?
Because you're the only one I know here.
Aha.
But don't take it the wrong way. I'm actually glad it's you. You're pretty reliable. Not even Zhishka would be of...
Aha. I know everything.
Good. Go to that graveyard. In the meantime, I'll try to find out more. Then...
Se viene una investigación de crimen. Sherlock Henry. Otra vez.
Oh, well. Now just this.
Pero déjenme... ¿Quién es el que me da?
Careful. My respects.
God bless you, sir.
Good to see.
No,
You said you were headed to Kuttenberg. And that you'd repay me.
True, true.
Henry.
Pleased to meet you, Henry. I reckon I could teach you some useful things in return, but not...
Why not? I'll gladly...
I'm glad to hear it. And I wouldn't mind some coin in return.
Craftsmanship. Thievery drinking. $1500. Mínimo es un nivel más, ¿no?
When I let you go at Grund, I reckon you couldn't take much...
You're right.
I reckon you'd be able to give me some...
Of course.
You're always welcome here. Something of you.
Hello.
Yes? What is this about?
Your immortal soul. I'd like
Mi
to
alma.
discuss it with you.
No.
Tarry a while, young man. Are you...
Aye. I'm pretty happy.
Huh. And you're clearly also bursting with blissful ignorance. How delightful. Know that the immortal soul inherently makes no distinction
Se fue Facu y apareció
between
Iter.
unhappiness,
Raro.
only between salvation
Muy raro.
and damnation. Happiness and unhappiness are nothing but inner feelings. Delusions that pale in comparison to eternity. Tell me, what path have you chosen in life?
A man should be fearless, prepared, and tough enough to cope with anything. Something like that.
Everything turns to dust eventually.
Oh,
What
no.
if I told you only one path leads to eternal salvation?
Oh, no.
A path destined for those
¿Cuál es
who
el camino,
see the
flaco?
light, who understand the path of true faith, divine love, and unending humility. And that is a path you too, my young friend, can follow.
What should I do?
Renounce your life of sin and accept Jesus Christ, our
Jesus
Lord
Christ.
and Savior, according to his teachings, unreservedly and unconditionally. Christ must enter your
¿Cómo
soul.
que tiene que entrar a mi
Fill
alma?
it to the brim. Hell is approaching, and time is running out. Repent and pray, young man. Step forth onto the path towards salvation.
All right. I'll pray and repent, and trust in the salvation of my
Me dio
immortal
miedo,
soul.
me dio miedo.
I hope it
Voy a
works.
rezar.
A wise decision, young man. You'll look back on this day as a new beginning. I must be off now, young man. May God be with you, and the best of luck on your path, whatever it may be.
God be with you too.
Farewell, good sir.
Tengo miedo. Tengo mucho miedo. ¿Dónde es? Pues sí, en esa época queriendo de esa manera tan devota el tema de la religión, sí. Sí, lo creo. Y todo. ¿Pero qué tiene malo que maten? O sea, que maten gente no quiere decir que no dejan de creer en Dios, ¿no? No la ves. De nuevo no la ves. Paren, voy a buscar algo para tomar. Onda, por ahí matan, pero le tienen que hacer el infierno por él. Es que creo que en esa época matar criminales no era visto como asesino. Es un asesino. Matar basura. Y si es una batalla digna, si es un duelo digno, también. O sea, no es que lo estás matando, lo estás. Es una derrota y se murió. Punto final. No le daban tantas vueltas a la muerte. Capaz. Ponele, ahora le enchufás un tiro a un chorro y te dicen que sos un asesino. Es otra cosa. ¿Dónde está la morgue? Vamos a ver el cadáver. Acá no.
Good day to you. Till we meet again.
God be with you. What would you like?
Capaz que lo estoy simplificando un poco. Pero... yo creo que está bien hecho el tema de la... de los duelos y de cómo se veían los bandidos y esas cosas.
You must be the local gravedigger.
That's right. They call me František. At least them that can speak do. Ha!
Madrina de Satur. Está basado en libro de historia. O sea, esto claramente... O sea, ya lo dijeron que está basado en historia real. Así que... Henry es ficticio. Pero el resto son reales. No puedo.
I'm Henry.
Greetings, Henry. What do you need?
I hear there was a murder here recently. Some young girl?
True.
Lord Capon también es real.
She's lying in the morgue. But who the hell are you? Another Gawker?
Another? Why would anybody come to look at her?
People ain't got no respect. As soon as news spread about what was done to her, folk are always turning up to have a gawk. So if you ain't one of them Gawkers, you must be one of them other types. Well, no, you can't shave her. No, no thumb for a souvenir.
I don't want to take anything. I need to find something out.
Like what exactly?
Who killed her?
Why?
I'm worried something might happen to my friend.
That's true. She wasn't the first, and we can only pray that she'll be the last. It's true that Lumiere ain't shown no interest in her yet. I wouldn't expect that from him no more.
Who's this Lumiere? Another one of those gawkers and
¿Qué
collectors?
tiene Jesús?
No.
Es una historia
no.
real.
He actually tried to help.
Es historia,
Help?
flaco.
How?
Well, he was investigating them others.
Right. You said she wasn't the first.
Aye. We had a couple of
¿Cómo?
similar cases.
Es un asesino
Lumiere
de
said they was all
mujeres.
killed by the same murderer.
And who is this Lumiere?
He used to work for the local bailiff. I think he knew the first one what was killed, but that was a long time ago.
Do you remember how many girls were killed?
You mean you don't know nothing about it? Here, even the sparrows are squawking about it.
I haven't been in Kuttenberg very long.
I see. There's been one every few weeks for the past year.
Do you know where the last one got killed?
I heard some talk about it when they brought her here. But what do you want to do there?
Look for clues.
Un RPG basado en la vida de Perón.
Blood, anything.
Creo que
That
no, ¿qué
can
dices?
help you.
That's worth a try.
No sé si va a ser apto para todo
I heard
público.
she was killed by the town walls, close to the Hole in the Wall, a dodgy tavern in the Hoprink neighborhood.
Thanks. What's this Lumiere got to do with this?
Well, like I told you, he used to work for the bailiff. I think he was
Capaz
a
a Faik
spy.
le gustaría un
The
RPG de
scribe
Perón.
keeps records in the Black Chronicle.
Tío.
Though I've never heard of one doing his own investigations.
Well, the old bailiff wasn't all that interested in the common folk. But Lumiere, he was quite helpful. Folk heard about it and went to him with whatever was troubling them.
I'd like to speak with Lumiere. Do you know where I can find him?
At his home in Bohemia Street, that's near the church. You won't find him at the bailiff's no more. I don't know exactly why, though. Seems he had some quarrel with the bailiff.
El bailiff es un garca.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
It's my pleasure. Actually, wait a mo. Speaking of the living, there's a girl what comes here and grieves over that dead maid. I think her name is Barbara.
And do you know where I could find her?
She said she serves in one of the burgers' houses. So either there or in the morgue with that poor dead girl.
Thanks again, Master Gravedigger.
God be with you, good sir.
Gracias, señor. GTA 8. Pará, ¿va a salir el GTA 6?
Are you Barbara? I'm told you knew Alice.
Alice.
¿O es todo Ponzi?
She was almost like a sister to me. We served together for years in the same house. Why'd you ask?
No sale porque es woke.
I'm trying to find out who did this to her. I'm afraid the killer might want to go after my friend as well.
Oh, I understand.
No salía porque era woke. ¿Qué? Todos los juegos son woke. Según ustedes, cada juego es woke. Este juego es woke también. Todo es woke. Yo soy woke. Todo es woke. Dios me libre, boludo. Pero es verdad. Ahora con Trump no pasa nada. ¿Qué decís? ¿Qué carajo decís?
Who did you serve?
Qué tarado.
Our master is a local merchant. He is trying his hand at trading wine.
How did Alice get along with your master?
Fine. Just like with everyone. Our master is a bit strict.
Van a cancelar tu
But he's
stream por
fair.
woke.
What's his name? Can I speak to him?
Why? But you can't see him anyway. He's on a
Te
train
lo vas a
trip to
ir del
Prague.
tigre. No me
It occurred
sorprendería.
to me that maybe he could have done it.
No, he couldn't. He was gone when it happened. He hadn't been home in several weeks. And besides, why would he kill them others too? He never even knew them.
I heard about that. And also about Lumir.
Well, if you're interested, go and see him. Maybe you'll catch him sober enough to talk sense.
Kansas stream acá en Twitch, sí. Y creo que Henry hace videos, pero no sé si es streams.
Do you know of any suitors she might have had?
I know she was seeing someone. Why?
I'd like to talk to him as well.
But I don't know who it was. Alice said he was rich and dressed nicely.
Hace el
But
bailiff.
she promised him she'd never tell anyone his name.
And you never saw him?
No, never. I don't even know where she met with him.
Hola, Rivaro.
Do you know what exactly happened to Alice?
No. Nobody saw or heard nothing. One day she just didn't come home. And then I found her. Like this.
What do you mean, like this?
You haven't seen her yet, have you?
I haven't.
Then don't. It's a horrible thing to see. She
Oh, es para tanto. ¿Quién la mató?
such
Hannibal.
a pretty girl. She had such beautiful brown hair. And it didn't even leave that untouched.
What do you mean?
Enfermos, le tocaron el pelo.
Could have cut off her hair like that. And why?
So,
Oh, no.
So, let's see what we have here. My God! Someone really did a number on her. Oh, they ripped open her
Pero
entire
mostrá,
belly.
Henry.
And they didn't stop there. There must have been buckets of blood. Jesus Christ. There's hardly any blood left in her. The place they found her must look like a slaughterhouse.
Modo
Let's go down
wow.
and take a look.
Muestren el cuerpo.
Her lips are bloody, but nothing more. Tongue still in place. But if he killed her for blabbing, I reckon he'd have cut out her tongue or something, wouldn't he? These are more like chops than cuts. Somebody must have taken a sword to her. Knife wounds would be smaller, and an axe would have made a bigger mess. But it couldn't have been a long sword. That would have been clumsy. It was something shorter and nimbler. God, that madman cut off both her breasts and bits of
A
flesh.
la mierda.
What did he do with it all
Le
afterwards?
cortó las tetas. ¿Eh?
Did he really keep all the pieces? Nobody could be that sick, could they? Her face is a little bruised and cut, but nobody cut her there. But she has a dark ring around her neck. Was she strangled? The murderer must have had pretty strong hands, and her hair is all matted with blood and hacked off. I don't even know what colour it was.
Imagínate que Henry está hablando en voz alta mientras está la minita ahí.
Maybe there's something more to it.
Tremendo
What if the
hijo de
murderer
puta.
kept her hair like some kind of sick trophy? Just some scratches and bruises, that's all. The killer probably surprised her. She didn't even have time to defend herself. So, the murderer must have awfully strong hands, because he strangled her.
Che, ¿cuáles son
and
sus
left a
Don
dark
Satur
ring around
preferidos?
her neck. Then he took a short sword
Nunca
or
me dicen
saber
eso.
and started hacking at her. She's
Nunca me
missing
cuentan
parts
esas
of her
cosas.
torso, but they are by
Las
the body.
tortitas negras
He also cut
¿Los
off most of her
negritos o los,
hair.
o los marroncinos? ¿Cuáles gustan más? ¿Los marrones o los negros? O los salados. ¿Agridulces? Yo estoy comiendo unos dulces. O sea, serían los agridulces, ¿no?
He cut off her breasts, but left her tongue. Then left her lying there for all to see. To send him, only if it was a warning for telltales, he would have cut out. I don't know why he killed her, but I don't think it's because of Catherine.
Now you're surely in a better world.
Ahora van a decir que no les gustan los Don Satur, manga de gordas. ¿A qué tenemos que ir a ver ahora? Lumir. ¿Qué es mejor? ¿Ir a ver a Lumir o la escena del crimen? ¿Opiniones? A Lumir me queda más cerca. ¿Pero los agridulces son las tortitas negras o los... o los marroncinos? ¿Los rubios?
Where are you headed? Come back. We need to talk.
This gate isn't the village green.
It's not my fault it's here. I'd go a different way if I could.
You have to pay.
For the love of...
¿Pero cuáles son los agridulces? No entiendo cuál decís. ¡Entiendo!
Folks will come to me.
Las tortitas son tortitas. Sí, tortas son tortas. Eso lo entendí. ¿Ah? Eso lo entendí, flaco.
What are you talking about?
Town.
You want
And
to go
that
to
goes
hell?
to Councilman Nars as
Hell
well.
or a never-ending
Of course he knows.
He's the one sending him there.
Está Lumir.
My respects.
¿Cuáles son los agridulces?
Lumir?
Oh. Christ, my head. Not so loud.
I need to ask you something.
I said not so loud. I have a splitting headache.
That's some hangover. He's useless to me like this. Unless I'm willing to wait for him to sleep it off, I'll have to get him some kind of cure or potion. This should sober him up. No. Nothing like a little... Maybe he'll sober up by himself.
Oh.
No, está en pedo. Está en pedo este flaco. Necesito comprar... Pasa este chabón vende... Ahora es raro que en la ciudad no haya un coso de alquimia. Tiene que haber uno, ¿no?
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Come and take your pick.
Eh?
Each charcoal.
Seid ihr... Was möchtest du?
Show me your wares.
¿Qué onda, Kev? ¿Cómo estás, querido? A ver qué podemos si podemos venderle algo a este boludo.
I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
Nada. Volvemos.
Out. What did you say? What did you say? Fuck.
What's going on here?
These two fuckers. Who are you calling a fucker, you drunkard? It's always the same with that fella. He drinks one too many, makes a racket, and starts looking for a fight.
He's just having a bit of fun, so go easy on him.
Aye. Only he's supposed to be marrying my sister in the morning. Pissed as a newt. Fuck you! You're just pissed off that they didn't give her to you. Shut up! Blah. I'm in the right. You're in the shit, and with not a groschen to your name.
You're getting married tomorrow in this state? Whatever will the wench think of you?
I'm getting married, even if they have to carry me to the altar. Poor girl. This sack of shit will be no good for her. Calm down. Don't forget he's gonna be my relative come tomorrow. What? No good for her? She says she wants a horse. I'll get her a whole stable of them. She says she fancies an apple. I'll buy her an orchard. And when she wants children, then she'll come to me. Because you'll be lying in a drunkard stupor under the table. Oh, yeah? Come on, then.
You all need fighting here might make you... On her wedding day, her groom will be dragged in, bruised and battered by the bailiff, and her brother and his mate will be labelled troublemakers.
Ah, las de queso están buenas.
I'm not the one causing trouble here.
Fight another time if you really have to.
Family's out of bounds. He's no relative of mine, and never will be. You
A mí me
ducked
gustaron.
hiding today, tosspot.
Ya que son más caras que las donzatures
So Stenka gets
comunes.
the wedding. Come right up. I think I'll call. Let's go. Let him be.
No se peleen, chicos.
Careful.
O sea, son ricas, pero no valen el precio. O sea, si cada paquete de Don Satur sale 800, creo que la de queso salen como 1600. A la mierda. Bañate, hija de puta.
Lumir, do you hear me?
Estoy comiendo unas Don Satur.
So loud.
Basta.
This should...
No, las dos no, una.
Here. Better?
What? Who... What are you doing here? Who are you?
My name is Henry.
And what do you want from me?
I'm trying to find out who killed a certain girl. And I was sent to you.
To me? What for?
Are you Lumir from the rat house? The scribe?
I used to be. Now I'm just Lumir the madman.
Well, you don't look crazy.
Yeah. But I am.
¿Cómo?
I see things in my head that aren't real. And then I point my finger
Veo
at the wrong
cosas y me
people.
parece que no son
I'm the
reales.
biggest madman in Kuttenberg.
But I need your help.
If I were you, lad, I'd leave it be. You can't help that girl anymore, anyway. You'll just end up hurting yourself.
Come now, Lumir.
Poor girls. Nobody was all that interested in it, except for me. We let it be in the end. We let a monster walk among us. No way.
Un asesino serial, no te preocupes, le voy a atrapar.
I need to know the truth. To find the one responsible.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, lad. But it's no use. I searched high and low. And what did I get out of it? Just mockery. What
Pensar
makes
que
you
pasamos
think
de
you
comer...
can find out more than I did?
Pensar que pasamos de comer rianitos a comer Don Satur. Y de yerba a la Merced a Don Omar. Me tenés podrido, Miller. Me tenés recontra podrido. Y de jugar al TFT a jugar al Kingdom Come. Para eso es una mejora. Para. Capaz que no me tiene tan podrido, Miller. Capaz no me tiene tan podrido. Aguante, Miller. ¿A qué hora el Marvel Rivals? Eso es un psyop chino, flaco.
Because I'm not stupid, and I notice things. I've successfully solved a murder before.
Is that so? A murder investigation under your belt. And educated and observant, too.
Well, I said I'm not stupid. Not that I'm educated. I can read and write, too. Sometimes even count.
If only more people knew the difference. All right. Talk to me. Who was this dead girl?
Her name was Alice. She worked as a maid.
A maid?
A veces sé contar, dice.
Yarka was a maid, too.
Es un hijo de
As were
puta.
most of the other victims. What did she look like? What did he do to her?
I think that he strangled her first, and then went at her with a longer blade and disemboweled her.
Did you notice the strangulation right away? It took me a while. Maybe you really will track him down.
Do you think it's the same murder?
Counting your girl, that makes 6 victims who
Seis
were first
chicas.
strangled and then mutilated. If it's not all the
Ahí no
same
estamos tan mal
person,
con mi ley.
they must be collaborating somehow.
¿Por qué vas y está,
How long has he been killing?
Probably about a year now. Sometimes it takes him months, sometimes weeks. But I'm including missing girls, Stanya and Zdena.
Ah, faltan 2 más.
Why are you counting the missing girls?
Because I think someone killed them, and we just haven't
Ah, tengo que
found
encontrar a las que están
Do the dead
desaparecidas
girls have
también.
anything in common?
Aside from being pretty young girls with no proper family or background, no. I couldn't find much.
Do you think somebody is killing them because they're poor and nobody will miss them?
Certainly. If somebody killed the daughter of a local lord, no stone would be left unturned.
But why does he even kill in the first place?
I don't know. Maybe he hates
Odia a las
women.
mujeres.
Damn it. I feel like I'm going in circles.
Podría ser
I can't get
cualquiera del
out.
chat. Digo. Podría ser Henry. Primero vamos a.
Why were you looking into it? Who were those dead girls to you?
I don't know what people told you about me, but for many long years I was a scribe for Kuttenberg's bailiff. Kuttenberg is a big city with a lot of people.
¿Y si es el bailiff?
Silver, silver, silver. Mining it, smelting it, stealing it. There's always something going on. The bailiff was always running from hell to Hades, from one rich man to another, settling their quarrels. Often trivial nonsense.
But there are more than just rich burghers and lords in the city.
Exactly. There are common folk, too. There's a lot more of them, and their troubles are usually more serious. So when one of them came to the bailiff's one time, and the bailiff was running around somewhere, I started to deal with it myself. I was pretty good at it, too.
Behind the bailiff's back?
Not really. Andreas supported my activities until recently.
Ah, te empezaste a poner peor todos los días.
I don't want to talk about it. Sorry.
What can you tell me about Yarka?
She wasn't the first. But thanks to her, people started taking an interest. She was a maid in a German family. By all accounts, she was a pious, polite girl. She was orphaned as a child. The priest from the church of St. Peter and Paul, Father Prokop, raised her. They found her body tossed behind a barn at the edge of town. She was cut all the way from her neck downwards. An awful sight to behold.
Did you have any suspects?
At first, I thought the son from that family did it. A murderer is usually someone close, you know.
Esto es muy
But then I
cierto.
changed my mind.
Puede ser alguien
Why?
muy cercano.
Well,
Por eso
for one,
duden siempre de.
I remembered the 2 girls before
Duden
her
siempre de la
who
gente que
ended
más
up
cerca está de
almost the
ustedes.
same. Besides that, when I talked to the lad, he seemed he
Sospechen
wasn't the
siempre
least
del
bit
otro.
interested in Yarka. Then his mother told me that
De
they
sus
threw her out a
seres
week
más
before the
queridos.
murder because she was a harlot who stayed out till all hours of the night. That really surprised me, because Father Prokop had vouched for her good reputation. But who knows? Maybe he just didn't want to admit what had become of her.
Y también desconfíen de los que dicen que desconfíen. O sea, desconfíen de mí también.
What about Stanya?
She was an alehouse wench in a tavern of ill repute called the Hole in the Wall.
You said her body was never found. Maybe she just got out of town.
You have no idea how much I'd like to believe that. Only there was a lot of blood. Unfortunately, the investigation wasn't very successful. The Hole is a world of its own. And
Did you suspect anybody?
you could suspect every second man there. Those people have nothing but thievery and deceit in their eyes. The innkeeper, Mole, definitely knew Stanya, since she worked for him. But he isn't all that chatty either.
So if I want to learn anything more, I have to ask this mole in the hole.
Mole in the hole.
Yeah. He's...
And what about that Zdena?
Rosa.
You said her body was never found.
Exactly. But to tell the truth,
Buen juego,
nobody
gracias.
spent much time looking for it. Besides
Agradecerle a los
Alice,
devs.
Zdena was the most recent
Siempre se hacen
victim.
buenos juegos.
It's only been a few weeks since she went missing, but I suppose nobody wanted to do any more digging.
But if her body was never found, how do you know she was killed?
Because she was the same type as the other girls. Maybe the prettiest of them all. Young, beautiful. A real live one. Lively as the devil. She was a thief. A pickpocket. I never could pin it on her, though. She always found some way to get out of it.
Maybe she robbed the wrong people and had to get out of town.
Maybe. She had a partner in crime by the name of Strunad. Quite a number. He's always sitting in the hole.
Ah, ya sé quién es
When I
este.
asked him about Zdena, he told me he'd rather rip his own tongue out than talk.
Do you think he'd be more forthcoming with me?
He might be. You're not known all over town like a... Besides, it might still...
And what about the...
It all started with them, though nobody did much about
Ok,
it
ya
at
tenemos
the
toda la
time.
data.
The first one worked as a bathhouse maid. They called her Chestnut. She'd only been in town for a short while, and nobody really knew her. So I couldn't find out anything more. But the other one, Libushka, she was from Loretz. She said she was really cheerful and outgoing. There were lots of suitors circling around.
Boludo, las misiones secundarias de este
She
juego son
refused them all.
increíbles.
She knew she was pretty and knew she could do better than some farmhand.
You mean she
Realmente
wanted
son
someone
increíbles.
higher up?
That's what it sounded like. But her mother never found out who she had her eye on.
Interesting. I'll try to see what else I can find out from the mother.
In the graveyard, lad. It's sad to say, but we can't help those two dead girls now. There's nobody else left who could...
Okay.
Did you have any suspects back then?
You can always find some suspect. I always dragged the most suspicious ones to the body in the morgue by force.
Couldn't it have just been an act?
Fainting? Vomiting?
Can you sum it all up?
We have and four of the next. They both hung around. And the last victim, well, they all had...
Good.
When you learn something, you've aroused a bit of hope in me.
Ok. Los que no entienden que este juego es demasiado bueno. Para. ¿Pero la cagué? No, la cagué. ¿Y la escena del crimen? No. La cagué. Pero no. Perdí 20 minutos. Media hora capaz. La puta madre que me parió. Ya la cagué.
I'm sorry.
Anda mejor Marvel Rivals. Lo tengo desinstalado. Pero lo podía instalar.
I apologize.
Puede ser un Marvel Rivals. Sí, el tema es que
Greetings, sir.
no sé si lo puedo descargar todo de una ahora. Si anda como el ano.
Was möchtest du, mein
Mein Freund.
Show me your wares.
Este se nota que anda mejor. No sé si ustedes se dan cuenta, pero anda mucho.
I'm glad you found what you were looking for.
O sea, en la ciudad antes teníamos 50-40 FPS y ahora tenemos 80-90. Que no es mucho, pero zafa. Razonable. Acá está el tipo este. Acá no. Y ahora tenemos 90 FPS. O sea, se ve ahí en la esquinita. La esquina superior izquierda. Y antes teníamos en esta ciudad teníamos 50-60. O sea, es bastante. Seguramente si le configuro un par de cosas más, seguramente tendría más gráficos. O sea, tendría más FPS. Que voy a tener que hacer rápido esto. Si ahora anda 10 veces mejor.
That's right. At least greeting.
I hear there
True.
another.
People ain't. So if you ain't.
I don't want to.
Like what?
Who cares?
Why?
One more.
That's Mr.
Who?
No.
Hell.
Well.
Right.
Aye.
And who is?
He used to.
Do you?
You mean?
I. Do you?
I
Look for
that.
That's worth it. Thanks. What's this looming?
Well, but look.
I'd like to.
At his. I don't.
Thanks.
It's my. Actually, speaking of, I think.
And you know.
She said.
Thanks again.
Take care, sir.
Are you?
Alice, she...
I'm trying.
Uva.
Who did? Do you?
I...
I'd like to.
But I don't know who...
And you?
No,
How did?
fine.
What's?
Why?
Okay.
He could...
I heard it.
Well, maybe you'll...
Do you know?
One day.
What you?
You haven't...
I haven't.
Then don't. She...
What? So.
Probablemente el Ray va bastante mucho mejor. Porque usa más procesador que
So.
placa.
My God. Oh, it must have been. Jeez, place that. Her lips, but if he. These are. It can. God. But what did he. Did he ring? Her face, she has. And her hair. Maybe there's. Just some scrap. So then he took you also. You cut off her. Only if.
Y ahora vamos a Lumir. No, ahora vamos a investigar el. ¿Cuánto es el procesador? 180 lucas. Bastante barato. Bastante barato. Gracias por el follow, Quilombero X. Bienvenido. Me compré el 5600X. Para la escena del crimen. Estamos medio... Siento que estamos corriendo medio lento, ¿no? Juan me dijo que no me compre uno más caro porque dijo que no vale la pena. Para lo que lo voy a usar no vale la pena. Claro que me cagó de vuelta. Tipo, nunca confíes en un programador. Acá debería estar el cuerpo de la tipa. Me confundí. Me confundí. Era por el otro lado. Qué pedazo de imbécil. Salta por acá. ¡Oh! Parkour.
At your service, sir.
Igual tiene razón, si me compro uno más caro y al final no sirve para nada, prefiero... O sea, prefiero comprar uno más barato y
This is the
después...
place. There's a lot
comprar
of
otras
blood and
cosas.
some footprints. I'm not sure how much more I'll be able to find. Christ, that's a lot of blood. But after seeing what they did to the girl, I'm not surprised. I can't make anything out of this. The whole town's been walking around here. There could have been one killer or a dozen. I'm surprised I haven't completely trampled out the blood. I'm not sure I'll be able to find any remains. I wonder what happened to them. It's hard to make out, but I think I see some slashing from a blade. So, there's still a lot of blood left, but I expected even more. I
Es
found
un
some
genio de
faint
investigación.
blade marks. Either the others were trampled out, or someone skilled was wielding it. It didn't look to me like any remains were left lying around. I've no idea what he did with them.
O sea, se quedó con... Se quedó con...
Throw them away.
Se quedó con las partes de la chica. Es raro. Parece que es un asesino serial posta. Raro este tipo. Muy sus. Muy sus cómo se comporta este asesino. Ahora hacemos lo de Lumin rápido, que ya lo hice.
Halt! Come here! Halt! Aye,
Did you
I'm
see
talking
the
to
hole
you,
by the
princess.
Prague Gate? Me? Don't even
Aye.
start.
You should have to
See,
pay
it's been going on for
for being
ages.
so beautiful.
Oh, you. Thank you.
What for?
The stone.
Pay up!
Suddenly, everyone's got a pay.
What? Deberías pagar por ser tan hermosa. Pagá. En realidad sí tienes que pagar.
Oh. Christ, my head. Not so loud.
I need to...
I said...
Unless I'm... This should... Here. Drink up.
En el medioevo chamullaban como acá.
Better? What?
Como en la
What are
modernidad.
you doing here? Who are you?
¿Cómo joden con YouTube?
And what do you want from me?
Cállate vos,
I'm
pinga
trying to
loca.
find out who killed a certain girl. And I was sent to you.
To me? What for?
Abandonaste rápido este
From the
FT,
rat
cabrón.
The scribe.
I used to
Dos
be.
partidas, boludo. Es que...
Now I'm just Lumir the madman.
Es que no es tan divertido, boludo. No es tan divertido. Están en Kik. ¿Con quién hablas? Estamos en Twitch y en YouTube. Tarado. Es que no. Ya dos partidas te deja como sin ganas de saber nada más. Sí, no, yo también necesito un nuevo set. Nuevo set y que no tenga coste 6. Yo estoy. O sea, es que primero tenés que esperar 10 minutos por partida.
Oh, you don't...
Yeah, I'm the biggest.
Y
But I need your help.
las partidas no
If I
son
were you,
buenas.
lad, I'd leave it be. You can't. You'll just end up.
Come now.
Poor girl. We let it be in the end. No way.
I need...
What
Because I'm not...
is that? What if only more people knew the difference? Who was this dead?
Her name was Alice.
A maid.
I think that...
Did you know?
Do you think it's the...
Counting. If it's not,
This is the...
probably some.
Ya hice esto, por eso estoy haciendo rápido.
But why...
I don't know.
What can you...
She wasn't. She was all they found.
Did you have...
At first, but then I.
Why?
Este es el 2. ¿Cuándo terminaste el otro?
I remember the two girls before her who ended up almost the same.
No me acuerdo.
Besides that,
Hace
I
poco lo
talked to the
terminé.
lad. He seemed he wasn't the least bit interested in Yarka. Then his mother told me
Ah,
that
terminé la
they
historia
threw her out a
principal.
week before
No lo
the murder
completé entero.
because she was a harlot who stayed out till
Porque
all
estaría como
hours of the night.
10
That really
horas más.
surprised me.
O 20 horas más.
Because Father Prokop had vouched for her good reputation. But who knows? Maybe he just didn't want to admit what had become of her.
Y ahora estamos bastante avanzados. Estamos más de la mitad, me
What about
parece.
Stanya?
She was an alehouse when
You said...
you have unfortunately
Did you suspect...
you could see the inn.
And what...
Exact. Besides,
But if...
because she was young, I never could.
Maybe...
Maybe when I asked,
Do you think...
he might be. Besides,
And what...
it all she'd only but the other. She said she knew.
You mean she...
That's what it's. In the grave, it's sad. There's nobody
Yeah,
else
Pituto.
left who could tell us any.
What?
I don't know. Kutim, the bail,
But they're
exact. So when what?
behind the back...
Not.
What happened?
I don't want to.
Can you...
We have unfortunately of the remaining. The next one, they both hung, and the lot. Well, they...
Did you...
You can always... I always
couldn't it have faint? Good. I know everything on
Igual,
it.
jugarlo en
When you
el
learn
2
something more,
es una
stop
locura.
by and see me. You've aroused a bit of hope in me, lad.
Yo creo que incluso si no jugás el 1 y arrancás directo con el 2, no perdés nada, porque el 2 está tan bueno que... O sea, te puedes ver un resumen en YouTube del 1 y listo. O sea, el 1 es increíble también. Pero si no tenés tiempo de jugártelo, yo me miraría un resumen y jugaría el 2. Porque el 2 es demasiado bueno. O sea, a lo que voy es que si tenés 40, si querés gastarte 60, 40 horas jugando el 1, 70 horas, 80 horas. ¿Qué pasó acá? Para eso ni lo jugués. No, porque no es lo... Es que no... Sí, o sea, podés no jugarlo y listo. ¿Qué? Pero te tenés que saber la historia. Porque si no entras al 1, al 2, que arranca apenas termina el 1, estás como, ¿qué carajo está pasando? O sea, si tenés tiempo de sobra, jugate al 1 y listo. Jugate al 1, disfrutalo porque es un juegazo. Y arranca el 2. No sé cómo será en consola, pero en PC es increíble. Esta ciudad en la Play 5. Desde que...
Good day to you. What bring...
Father, I need to ask you a few questions.
I don't have time for theological discussions, my son.
That's not why I'm here.
Vas a responder
My name's Henry.
lo que yo te
And I
pregunto.
wanted to ask about the murder that happened recently. Someone killed and gutted a young maidservant and left her body lying by the city walls. And I hear it's not the first time this has happened.
Another one murdered. May the Lord grant her eternal rest. Why is it you ask?
I fear from...
Yes. Fear for those...
One of the other victims was a girl named Yarka. But I reckon you know that, don't you? What can you tell me about her?
About Yarka? She was an ordinary girl. She served the von Groll family.
Igual te sorprendería la cantidad de gente que ve los juegos y no los juega. O sea, vos decís, ay, ¿cómo te vas a dar un resumen? Pero un montón de gente hace eso. O se ve a otra persona jugarlo y...
Where did you know Yarka from?
I knew her since she was a little girl. Knew her family.
And?
I was her uncle. When my brother and his wife
Este era el tío de la mina muerta.
I took care of her.
You raised her? A priest with a child?
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not the first of the clergy to
cura con un,
have a child
con
on
un
the
nene.
side. But at least everyone knew Yarka wasn't my own daughter.
Ush.
No offense, but how did you know what to do? Without...
I was a bit, when she was smaller, it was fine, but when she grew up a bit, maybe I was too hard on her.
How...
When she was small, I could. But when...
Why do you think you were too hard on her?
Yarko was an orphan, with no family and no possessions. Her only chance of a good life was a good upbringing. And then, a husband. But the more I led her in that direction, the more she resisted me.
How did she rebel against you?
She wouldn't listen. She ran away. She ran around with all sorts.
Oh no.
And how did it turn out? She died. And in sin. Such a
A la
disgrace.
mierda.
You're well off, though. Couldn't you provide for her?
I couldn't. Even if she had been my very own. More so, since she was my brother's.
But how come?
The church's property always remains the church's.
¿No puedes robar un par de pesos para tu sobrina? ¿Y su hijo de puta?
Disgrace? What the devil are you talking about?
She was pregnant! Even if she had lived, what then? Nobody would want to marry her anymore.
Who do you think killed her?
William, that pig of Satan. He gambles in the tavern on All Saints' Day and leads the... Yaka always went there to listen to music. I'm sure he got her with child.
Why do you think it was William? Do you have any evidence?
Son múltiples asesinos.
He's a skirt chaser, a tool of Satan. He messes with poor girls' heads.
And does anyone else come to mind? No other man spoke with her?
No, absolutely not.
Why don't you respect Lumiere?
That's... I won't tell you.
Come now, Father. I'm not just asking out of curiosity. This is about all the dead girls. Isn't it written in Scripture? Speak up for those who have no voice.
A layman quotes the Bible to me. Fine. Lumiere accused me of her murder.
What?
Yes. He slandered me in public.
And how... What happened then?
It turned out he was deranged. How could he even think such a thing? He's finished in Kuttenberg.
I've heard enough, Father. I'll be going.
Son, I'll give you some good advice.
Ok. Bueno, sospecho del cura. El cura tiene algo raro. Bueno, no conoce a nadie. No lo conoce nadie este juego. Tal cual. Tal cual. Oh, digas, flaco. Oh, digas. Vamos acá. Para mí puede ser el cura, Tiene toda la pinta. Tranquilamente puede ser el cura.
My respects.
Este es el de...
Are you Sternad? The one that went with Zdenna?
Who the fuck are you?
Just an ordinary bloke.
Well,
Boludo, ya nos cagamos a trompados.
You won't get any answers here. All you're gonna get here is a kick in the teeth.
Why so rash? That kind of attitude will do you no favours. Let's make a deal. You tell me everything you know about Zdenna, and I'll make sure you're no worse for wear.
Ah. You're the lord what that whore robbed. Don't worry about it. She weren't nothing but a lying bitch.
So, if I understand correctly, we can make a deal?
For the right price, I'll tell you all I know.
Arrempedos, hijo de puta.
Is this the right price?
You fucking bet it is. Ask away and I'll tell you everything.
30 groschen y me cuenta todo.
Where can I find Zdenna?
Aye. That's what I like to fucking know too. Last time I saw her, well, that'd be back when she managed to fleece you.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to find her.
I can well imagine. Well, she went to Rabstein Mill. It's quite a long ways away. She had some unfinished business with some bloke called Pint. Ain't nobody seen her since then.
Es una buena pista.
What can you tell me about Zdenna?
What do you want to hear? I try to keep her out of trouble, but there's just no helping some women.
So you were taking care of her?
Well, just in front of the others. Other than that, she did what she wanted.
So you weren't too fond of her?
Not really, no. But she did have a knack for making coin.
Did she have any friends or lovers who'd know more?
Who come to see that bitch?
Someone came to see her?
Well, aye. Some stuffed frock came here once. All old and decrepit. He said he had some job for her. That she should leave behind, but he left empty-handed. She told him to go to hell.
Do you know who that priest was?
Some fucking
Yo
prophet.
sabía.
Pravoslav or some such shit. But that reminds me, I saw her a couple of times with another bastard.
Ok.
That fucking bastard.
Es el cura hijo de puta este. Yo sabía que era el cura.
What do you know about this priest?
Not much. Seems they knew each other from before. And he had some job for her somewhere. Serving as a maid or
Puede ser el
something.
otro.
But
Buah,
she
puede ser
weren't
William.
stupid. She told him to fuck right off.
And did he go?
Aye, indeed. He didn't look like the kind of fella that would knock some sense into a woman. I think he just told her if she changed her mind to come and see him. Or some shit like that.
And could she have changed her mind and gone to him? And that's why nobody's seen her?
No, no.
Este teaser de Shrek
I'm
5
sure about
sí.
that.
And could she have run away with this bard, William?
Lo vi.
With that lily-livered fop, well, he ain't been seen in town for some time, but I think someone was
reverenda
out
bosta.
to get him. He still don't come here no more. He plucks that loot of his in the miners' tavern. The wee shit.
I've heard
Loot?
enough.
Loot. Ahora tenemos que hablar con... ¿Tú querías hasta acá? No, no, no. Bueno, por lo menos puedo dormir acá.
What would you like?
Did Estanya work here?
Stanya. It depends on who.
My name's Henry.
Names don't interest me. What kind of guest?
I'm a good guest.
Really? Let's see. Do you know how to recognize a good guest?
By the fact he spends a lot of coin?
Aye. Alright, so.
What if I simply paid? I want to know if Stanya worked here.
She did. And she don't.
I heard she disappeared without a trace. So I'm
Para
trying to find
Zendaya no
out
es
if
un
anyone
traba.
had anything
Zendaya
to
está
do with
buena,
it.
¿qué decís?
Possible. The chamber she
La
was
Zendaya no es el
sitting
problema del
in
tráiler.
was totally ransacked. The door open. Everything
Que
emptied
Shrek
out.
parece que lo hicieron con inteligencia
Stanya
artificial.
was gone. All I found
todo deforme.
were bloody footprints.
Y burro también.
God bless you.
Tell me something else.
First, you'll have another beer.
What?
If you want to ask, I prefer to be so.
I'm getting tired now. You're gonna. Did anybody see what actually happened when Stanya disappeared?
No, it was at night.
Emilia
Nobody
Pérez, Shrek
saw
5,
or
pero Emilia
heard
Pérez es un
anything.
SIDA.
The tavern tends to be empty at that hour. And you won't meet many people on the street, neither.
Okay.
What was Stanya like? What can you tell me about her?
A bold woman. One has to be here. Everyone's ballsy here unless you nib it in the bud right away. She was hanging around a bard for a while. I don't know how close they were, but she...
Someone from...
No. A charcoal burner. I heard he was from somewhere in the, Verchlitz Valley. I think his name was... Barton?
What do you know about that bard?
What about him? He's a minstrel, a skirt chaser.
William,
What more can I say? He called himself William. As far as I know, he plays in the Miners' Tavern in the evening.
You think he might have been the one who...
Now that you mention it, he cleared out of town for a while and only came back not long ago. It could be him, all right. I know he met with some odd people and talked about God knows what. Like
¿Qué vería Shrek 5?
spies. Besides,
¿Viste Shrek 4?
you know what minstrels are like. Lasses just flock to them. And like they say, opportunity makes the thief.
Or in this case...
A murderer. Asesino.
Apart from those men, did anyone else know Stanya? I mean, more intimately.
Well, I got bad news for you. She had 2 close friends, but you won't get much out of either of them.
Why?
One was hit by a cart, even before Stanya disappeared. And she died. And the other one got married and moved away.
How did Stanya's room look?
The door was wide open. Most of her things were gone, but some remained.
Blood? Was there a lot?
Not so much, really. More like if someone done her in, they definitely...
Where can I find this Barton?
I already told you.
Could you be a bit more...
I don't know that bloke at all. So if I was you...
That's all I need to know.
Ok.
It happens. Just watch where you're going.
Calmate, negra, porque te mato. ¿Y esto? Ah, ¿lo termino en 1 hora? No puede ser, soy una bestia. Una bestia de lectura. Ahora, ¿no tengo una espada decente? Oh, no. Es una masa. Perdí la única espada buena que tenía, se la di al pelotudo de Capon. Puedo ir con una masa. Tengo la espada de mi viejo también, pero... Che, ya vengo. Ya vengo. Capaz que le agarró diarrea. Ya volví, flacos. No, lo tuve que... Detoné el baño. Lo detoné. Sach. Hice bosta. Se está pericando, ¿no? ¿Vos me querés ver la cara mientras estoy todo transpirado y aceitado por haber estado en el baño 2 horas? No, nadie quiere ver eso. Ya estoy. Espera un segundo. ¿Aló? ¿Escuchan?
I better not forget about that council assembly.
¿Cómo? No me jodas. ¿Era por tiempo? Oh. Para un segundo. No, Hola. No veas que era por tiempo. Pierdo la misión principal porque era por tiempo. Me la voy a cortar.
Greetings.
I'd like to learn.
There's no time for that now.
Quick! Quick! Ja! Ja!
¿Qué onda? ¿Tardé mucho en el yoga?
Go! Go!
Cuidado, ¡Ew! Mira, hija de puta. Ah, primero es esto, qué pelotudo.
Ja! Quick! Ja!
¿Perdí de algo?
Quick. Quick. Go. Quick.
Sí, me perdí de algo. Hay 3 cosas. Whoa, whoa.
What brings you here?
Ya, ¿puedo hablar con vos?
Greet. I need to ask.
If you're here for charcoal.
I'm not here about charcoal.
Aha.
I heard she was consorting with some charcoal burner here.
Well, I don't.
God bless.
Greetings to you as well.
I'm looking for someone named Stanya.
You're in a charcoal camp, fella. What would a woman be doing here?
But you know Stanya, don't you?
Aye. You could say that. Why?
I'm looking for the killer of a girl in town. And I heard that someone also tried to kill this Stanya.
That's true. She told me something like that. But that was a long time ago.
So you don't know what became of her?
I really don't know, mate. But even if I did know, how can I be sure you aren't that killer?
Lumir himself, the Kuttenberg bailiff's former scribe, gave me the task. He was looking into her disappearance, and he sent me to find her.
Well, I don't know. I remember Lumir. He was all right. That's all true, but...
But what?
What?
What are you still brooding over?
You seem like the right man for a job like that. Sorry, but after all that happened to Stanya, I like to be careful.
So Stanya is here?
Aye. She's hiding with us. Since that thing happened, she's afraid to even go outside. I don't know what to do with her anymore.
Encontramos
Can
a
I
una.
speak to her?
If it'll help you. She's hiding in that cottage. But be nice to her. Till we meet again.
Sí. Acá. Carajo está.
May God give you health, sir.
No veo ninguna mina. Estará
Are you
arriba.
gonna break bread today?
Who are you? How did you find me? If you came here to finish what you started...
Sí, vine a matarte.
I'm not afraid of you. I'll claw your eyes out.
Don't be afraid. Barton told me where to find you.
Barton sent you to me. What do you want from me?
Lumir thought you were dead. I was supposed to find out what happened to you.
Lumir? From the rat house. He sent you.
Exactly. Someone killed a girl in Kuttenberg. Lumir thought it might be connected with you, so maybe you could help us find out who did it.
How can I help you when I haven't been in Kuttenberg since... I don't even know when.
You disappeared from the hole in the wall without saying goodbye. Without a word. What happened?
Someone attacked me when I was coming home from the baths one night. I managed to get away, but I was so afraid. I decided to run away from Kuttenberg.
Did you see who it was?
Not at all. I didn't see anything until he jumped out of the shadows and grabbed me around the neck. And he was terribly strong. I nearly blacked out right away.
And how did you manage to break free?
I had an empty pitcher in my hand, and I hit him with it. He howled and let me go, and I ran
Pará,
away.
¿y si es Lumir?
To the charcoal burners?
No, first to my
Porque
room
Lumir
in the
me,
hole. I was so
Lumir me dijo
scared
que,
there.
que cada
I
vez que
took what I could
entere de
and
algo,
ran.
le actualice.
Here, to Barton.
And your lover? What did he say?
At first he was horrified, because I had cut myself on a shard from the pitcher and was all bloody. He's been hiding me here since then.
What was it like working in the hole?
Well, I heard...
How so?
Every single day I had to put up with their lewd remarks. Rich or poor, everyone wants to grope a girl. People... Well, us girls have to watch out. We can't just put up with it, and sometimes we have to be tough. Especially in a place like the hole. But you can't overdo it either. That's no good.
Culpa de ustedes, manga machirulos.
Because if you smile at them nicely, then sometimes they leave Roshan, or even two. You have to keep a balance. To look friendly, but unavailable.
You said that rich or poor, they all like to grope girls. Like who?
Truth be told, the hole isn't exactly a good place for a rich man, but young von Groll used to go there for a while.
Is that so? Did he talk to you?
He smiled at me a lot, so I smiled back, but beyond a few groschen, there was nothing more to it. Then this thieving wench started hanging around him and... Oh, it doesn't matter. But that servant of his didn't like it, tried to drive her away, and so the young lord stopped bringing him with him.
Von Groller had a servant with him?
Aye, a pudgy fella, well-dressed, but had a mean face. He never said a word or smiled, or even said thank you.
You walked home from the baths at night?
What's so odd about that?
Well, at night, the baths are...
Ah, right. I went there after closing. I always brought the girls a pitcher of wine or ale and took a bath while they drank it.
Aha. So that's why you had the empty pitcher you hit him with?
Right. I went there regularly, every week.
The same way every time?
Aye, always the same way. The shortest one. I didn't want to stay out too long at night.
And who knew that you went by yourself to the baths?
Well, everyone from the...
Why didn't you go back to the hole?
Just to get murdered there? Are you mad? I'm never...
How are you now?
and I can't even really leave the house.
Do you remember anything important about the attacker? What he looked like? What he was wearing?
I don't know anything. It was at night. He grabbed me from behind, and then I ran and never turned back.
And what about when you hit him? What did he do?
He let me go.
Aha.
He said Scheisse in German.
Seems you're the only one to survive the killer's attack. I know it isn't easy for you to think about it. Or when you were running away.
I don't know.
You were walking down the street.
No.
You didn't see anything or hear anything.
Actually, I knew the side street wasn't empty. I heard somebody talking. But when I looked, there was nobody there. So when
¿Para cuál de todos
grabbed
era
me,
alemán?
I completely froze.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Not at all. But there were two voices. Two of them waiting for me there.
A la mierda.
It's difficult, I understand. Aside from...
I didn't hear him at...
And nothing else?
Well, no. He grabbed me by the throat right away and squeezed. Just for a moment. But I still had a big bruise round my neck for weeks. Barton said the man must have had a terribly strong grip. Like a miner or swordsman.
I heard William liked pretending to be a spy. Do you know anything about that?
Aye, I thought it pretty silly. A stupid trick to make himself seem more interesting. Though, I reckon he's more likely to attract an ass-kicking than a woman.
Couldn't it have been Father Prokop?
Father Prokop? I don't know him.
No, he's pretty old.
I don't know him. And if he's an old...
Couldn't it have been that...
Aye, when he drinks, he turns into a total bastard. All lewd remarks and groping fingers. The lecher.
Only when I got to my room. I'm sorry I'm not...
You don't need to apologize.
Thank you.
If it's in my...
When you catch that bastard, would you please let me know?
I'll stop by.
See you soon, my friend.
Toda esta no es la que robaba. Cerrá el orto, pelotudo. Cerrá bien el orto. Dios. ¿Qué decís, flaco? ¿Qué decís? Mamá me dijo que a veces... Ok, listo. No sé. Ok. Muy pelotudo. Reconsidera tus acciones. Ok, tengo tiempo para ir acá, capaz. Sos muy imbécil.
Quick! Die! Die!
Creo que tengo tiempo para hacer esta. Pero...
Go! Quick!
Y si no... Cargo partido y voy a hacer algo.
Quick! Quick! Ka! Go! Go! Quick! Quick! Go! Quick! Quick!
Bien.
Quick!
Whoa! Whoa!
¿Qué acá? ¿Eh? Basura.
Go!
Whoa!
¿Carajo es esto? ¿Eh?
Whoa!
A la mierda. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Por qué no me dejen? ¿Eh? No me deja... ¿Por qué no me deja inspeccionar? No sé ni quién es. Voy a marcar en el mapa. Capaz que tengo que hacer primero investigar el... Sí, boludo, obviamente que lo voy a bañar. Si dice boludeces.
Quick! Go! Ja! Ja! Go!
Volviendo a mirar sobre estuvo la play Shingeki, pero me dejó sin energía 2 horas y media de puro pick. Muy bueno Shingeki no Kyojin. Oh, qué bueno que te gustó, flaco. Cansá. Descanse, hermano mío. No lo desvaníes al otro imbécil, porque te mato.
Tell France, Basha too. You're always welcome here, noble sir.
Lord be with you.
Are you Pint?
I am. Why?
I'm looking for Zdena.
I don't know any Stena.
Sternad said something different.
You're a friend of Sternard's, are you?
Actually, I don't really know him that well. But he's the only one I know who knew Zdena.
Well, if he told you that, I
wouldn't entirely count on that. So you knew Zdena? Can you tell me something about her?
I know Zdena all right.
Obvio que merecido.
She ain't been here in some time. Why are you looking for her? What do you want from her?
I'm looking for a... Back in the city, they think she's either dead or run off somewhere. And you're the last person to see her before she went missing.
Kurva.
What can you tell me about Zdena?
She always had it hard. She lost her parents and her home as a child.
O sea, capaz que el cuerpo que vimos ahí es el de Zdena.
And what about Sternad?
Sternard was her guardian angel. If she hadn't been thieving with him, she probably would have ended up a whore. But by sharing with him, she could do what she wanted.
Uh-huh.
That's because... That's why she'd come to me with her loot. And the last time she was here, she said one more haul like this, and she'll be able to go wherever she wanted.
I heard she wanted to sell you some valuable...
Oh, aye. She had a good haul. No rubbish. Mostly jewelry, rings. Once she left it all here. I paid her a pretty...
And what about that signet ring? Do you still have it?
She didn't sell me the ring. She wanted to keep it. Said it...
Do you know what kind of luck she meant? Did you recognize the signet on the ring?
No. I didn't recognize that signet.
Basi, si yo baneo a alguien,
All the while,
siempre es
Stena was
merecido.
giggling to herself. I reckon she had her eye on another mark.
Where did she go next from here? You said she had a lot of coin on her.
That she did. She also had a feeling someone was following her. Someone on a horse.
Someone followed her on a horse from Kuttenberg. Did she say what he looked like?
She didn't. At first, she thought it was some wealthy lord out for a ride. But he held back. Never passed by her, and
And did you see him? Did he come all the way here?
No. But Stenna thought he would show. She even left her scarf here and paid some girl to walk around with it to make it look like she was still here.
And then where'd she go?
She wanted to go the back way, through the woods, so nobody could follow her.
Es verdad, tienes
Past the
razón.
woods is a road and a ford across a stream. Next to it is a huge boulder. When it rains, the water can rise fast. The road goes on to Kuttenberg.
Well, if it leads back to the road and there was really someone following her, I reckon if they saw she was long in returning, they could have waited for her at the ford, no?
Fuck! That's quite possible. I made a point of looking, but
Is Denna's scarf? Do you still have it?
Aye.
Will you give it to me?
All the same to me. He...
And could it have been Father...
What do I know? If he has a...
I heard he wanted to find her an honest job, but she wasn't interested.
I don't know.
And could it have been Willie?
And who would that...
He's this bar...
I don't know about that.
Well, I'll go and check out that...
Okay, claramente,
Well, sir.
claramente era esa. Paja, pensé. Quería que esté viva. Si podemos atrapar al asesino. Al asesino.
Go!
Dale, descansaba así. Beso grande. Acá.
Go! What has to be that ford Point was talking about? I should take a look around here. This must be that basket of silver Stenna was carrying with her. She wouldn't have just left that here. But where did it come from? Maybe it rolled down the hill? Poor thing.
Oh no.
She didn't get very far.
Todavía falta. Pero estamos bastante avanzados.
She's been lying here a long time. At first glance, this body isn't as mutilated as the others. Unfortunately, I can't tell if somebody strangled her like the others. She's been lying here too long for that, but her head is smashed in. Either the murderer hit her with a rock, or dashed her hard against the ground. She must have put up a fight. Or maybe he lost his patience. Oh, she's all stuck to her clothes. They're torn up, but I don't see any cuts. The rips are odd. Like someone was looking for something.
Ahora estoy haciendo secundarias, así que... Porque no hice tantas.
Oh, I can't make much out by now. But it seems as if the fingers on her right hand are broken. Did the murderer torture her? Or was he trying to get something out of her hand?
Vamos resolviendo un asesinato. Descansa, querido. Dale un abrazo grande.
My God. Oh, something fell out of her. A signet ring. Oh,
Mañana nos veremos.
that must be the one she stole. But how did it get inside her? Did she swallow it herself? Was she trying to hide it? Well, that's enough. But what does it all mean? I'd say she put up a decent fight, and that's about all I can find. But that ring is a good...
Todavía puedo hablar con este. Gracias, querido. Sos un amor. Sos el amor de mi vida. Y nada. Okay. Muah. Y ahora... Ok, voy a hacer la principal. Pero porque no tengo tiempo.
city council will be convening soon. I better get a move on. A fountain? Where does the water come from? Here, in the middle of the city.
Haciendo magia.
I'm sorry. I'm going to see the mint. Any fool could say that.
I have an appointment with...
All right.
Glad to see you again.
You have the gall to show me your face again? I'll call the guards.
Hold your horses. I'll come in peace. Actually, I have a little offer for you.
You've come to blackmail me again?
Call it what you like. I need to get into the city council assembly. And I reckon you can help me.
The assembly? The one King Sigismund is supposed to attend in person?
Surely you wouldn't deny me a chance to meet the king?
Don't try that on me. This is connected with Ruthard, isn't it? And tell the truth.
I want to know what Sigismund tells the council. I hear it'll be important.
You want to spy? Do you know what you're risking? And what I'd be risking? Forget it.
Have you forgotten I have you over a barrel? If you want to keep your position and your head on your shoulders,
Sí, empezó a
you better
cantar.
shape up.
All right, all right. Maybe we can make a deal.
Empezó a hacer
If
las cosas
I
bien.
get you into the council, you'll behave appropriately and you won't betray yourself, or especially me. And that will be the end of our business together.
All right. That seems like a fair deal.
You can get into the council assembly relatively easily. My cook's son will be serving there. He's roughly around your age. Maybe he can be persuaded to let you stand in for him. Although, not everyone would want to give up an opportunity to serve the King of Hungary.
Who's this boy?
Franta's his name. Franta Cooldown. He's an idler and a boozer, but he's proved his worth as a waiter. Which reminds me, you'll need his letter of permission to serve in the council. Otherwise, you won't be let inside.
What will I need to work as a waiter there?
Fast feet and good manners.
Excuse me?
Or do you think you can serve the king in a torn shirt and muddy hose?
Well, no. But I know...
Our usual waiter had a brand new livery made specially for meeting the king. Don't even show up there
¿Qué es un
without...
livery?
Where can I find the cook's boy?
He's supposed to pick up his new clothes at the market today from Master Tailor Schneider. You'll almost certainly run into him there. That is, if he's up and about after his boozing bout. I swear that fellow...
At the what?
That German alehouse, the Iron Eagle. That is some...
What would work on him?
Would you like me to give you a letter for him? I told you how to get to the assembly. Now do your...
I'll be going then.
Just make sure we...
Güey. Por acá no.
Good day to you. Welcome, sir.
What do you have for sale?
Boludo, perdí la única espada decente que tenía. Odio mi vida. Yo no, estos. Lo pago.
I'm glad you found what you were looking for.
Not a chance. That old coot will outlive us all.
Excuse me.
Tengo que hacerme una de estas. Apenas tengo la plata.
At your service. Tell it to them.
Has decided to help King Sigismund's army to keep watch. So we decided to collect food supplies from the here, and you're in the clear.
Not your day, eh?
Come and buy the finest canvas. Knives! Knives for sale! Iron and steel! All quality pieces!
Horseradish! Delicious horseradish! Just come and get some.
Died, broad. What would you like?
I hear one Franta cooldown is...
You're too late. Franta...
Pears!
Praise the Lord.
Greetings to you two.
No, just an ordinary white one. But it had everything.
What? Young man, may I ask something of you?
Must be a sign.
I don't have time right now.
Quality goods.
¿Te robo? No puedo robar.
God bless you, sir.
You must be Franta cooldown.
I am. And who might you be?
I'm Henry. I heard you're supposed to serve at the City Council Assembly.
I am. What's it to you?
Supposing I took the job on for you. You can put your feet...
Look here. It's not like I'm all that keen on it, but it's well paid. Them councillors stuffing their faces and guzzling wine, while I run around like a bugger with pitchers so they don't run dry. Why would you want to stick your nose in there?
Let me put it another way. How much do you want for your place?
Finally, when I count it all up, not to mention the coin...
1000 Groschen! 1000 Groschen.
Try and look on it as an investment in the future.
What are you blabbering about?
If you forget about the payment, I promise I'll do a great job. If anyone asks, I'll say the great Franta cooldown taught me. And then people will be jostling to hire you.
And what if I insist that you pay?
Oh, I might accidentally spill wine on His Majesty's shoes.
If that's how you want it. But if I hear a single complaint against my name, I'll find you and deal with you. Got it?
Absolutely.
To begin with, you'll need confirmation that you've worked as a waiter at the council and you're capable of serving even His Majesty. Look here. Do you have any idea what's expected of you? Can you tell different wines apart and that?
Of course. Who do you take me for?
All right. No need to get upset. Show the confirmation to the head butler. Tell him I sent you and think up some good excuse. Clear?
That makes sense.
And you'll need a waiter's livery. I had a brand new one made. Here it is. I look like a prick in it. Hopefully it'll sit better on you. The main thing is, don't lose it before the assembly or get it covered in shit.
Thanks. I won't disgrace you, I promise.
You better not. Take care for now.
Vamos a Fede pagar 1000 Groschen. Soy una fucking bestia. Igual no es tanto 1000 Groschen, pero... Seguimos. Estoy vendiendo. ¿Y las botas? Ah, no me dio botas el tipo. El tipejo. Ah, tengo una de estas. Para guardo antes de entrar.
Franta Cooldown sent me. I'm to stand in for him at the council assembly.
Franta's not coming? What's wrong with him?
He got poisoned. Probably from food. He's writhing in agony. By turns praying and cursing.
Oh, Latin. We can't be without a waiter here, when the king himself will need waiting on. So, let's have a look at you. Have you got Franta's certificate?
Sure. Here it is.
Everything's in order. Now, about your livery. You've got a waiter's cap, a tunic you have. Hose are good. It's a good thing you've got no steel on you. You need to be light on your feet to run around tables. Everything as it should be. Glad to see it, lad. Do you know what your duties are? For an inexperienced greenhorn like you, it'll be a great responsibility.
Well, I'll happily listen to any advice. I wouldn't want to foul things up.
I should certainly hope not. Now listen. A good waiter should stand in a corner, look willing and ready, and not get in anyone's way. In short, behave as if you're not there. But when one of the gentlemen calls for wine, you run and pour it for him on the double. You'll find the pitchers on a table by the door to the chapel. You take one and go to their table and pour for them. White Tokaib or red monastery wine.
White or red, by the door to the chapel. Got it.
But for Councillor Adam of Zarjitz, you must not pour at all. When he drinks, he disrupts and makes trouble. So the assembly has to be interrupted, or otherwise it never reaches an end. We can't allow that to happen in the presence of the king.
All right. Sir Adam of Zarjit stays dry.
And if the king himself wants wine, you pour for him with lowered eyes. Don't look at him. And the most important thing?
To stay in the background and keep quiet until someone asks me something?
Correct. The councillors have a lot to discuss, and they
No puedo
certainly
mirar al
don't
rey a
need
los
any
ojos.
interruptions. And in general, a good waiter has to be invisible, blind, and deaf.
Oh? I thought I had to keep my ears pricked.
Well, yes, but only to what anyone wants from you. No excuses, and provide everything that anyone wants from you.
Hasta sexo.
Understood?
Absolutely. I'm a waiter, after.
Correct. And if you manage not to botch it up, you can even rise on the social ladder. Not just anyone can serve the King of Hungary, but you'll manage it, right?
I know everything I need to. I can do it.
Excellent. Put away your things here. It's easier to serve with a lighter load. You can wait in the cubbyhole for the servants.
The city reserves are in urgent need of new weapons. Unverzüglich. Our current Waffenarsenal is a joke, and on top of that, the army was requisitioning from it. Should the town
there,
reserve
lad.
have worse
A cup
weapons
of
than
red,
any Räuber
and
in
don't
the
you
domain?
skimp on me.
What are you getting at, Eldris?
I'm saying that the bandits who freed Hinnick, the Dry Devil, used that thing. That
I apologize, sir.
Hackenbücher.
Which wine?
Hand cannon. And quickly. Can you believe it? Where did they get them?
You're the one who should know where they got them. Since
Yes,
you're
sir.
a gunsmith.
What are you implying, Friedrich? All I'm saying is that they had them, Herrgott. It is eine
Creo que le servía al que no le tenía que servir.
have better weapons than the city garrison. And Herr König surely knows this too.
What is it, Eldris? You smell a deal?
What I smell is that your stubborn
Hey,
heads
waiter.
do not realize
Pour me some monastery
what
wine.
Schwierigkeiten this is. The Dry Devil is running free. There are Raubritter everywhere in the region. We have the army bearing down, and you want to defend yourselves with a
Monastery
few
wine,
rusty helpers.
here.
And who is it you
That's
want to
not a
fight?
good idea, sir.
exactly?
This is
The
unbelievable.
merciful King Sigismund is providing us with protection.
Ah, era este.
Der König and his army will not be here forever.
Careful.
Shut up! The king can arrive at any moment. What if he heard you?
What then? We're sitting atop the
Tokai,
biggest
and a full
silver
cup.
heap in the kingdom, and we're supposed to defend it with brooms?
You're right, Eldris. But where can we get the coin for better equipment?
We can always confiscate the property of the king's
Tokashi era blanco,
enemies.
¿no?
Nicht wahr?
We are more
where's
than
my wife?
familiar with the yeomanly state of our armory.
Sir?
And the king is surely aware of it as well. Maybe
Well,
if he waived some of the taxes.
The king fears that this town will rise against him. He'll take the arming of the city's militia as a preparation for war.
So you suggest we just wait with arms crossed for the Raubritter to wreak havoc all around?
We can always ask the king to bring order to the realm with his army.
But then the Dörfler will rise up.
I'm afraid I see no solution of the current situation. We shall wait and see what His Majesty thinks about the matter. Maybe we can change
Hay
his
un rope
mind.
ahí abajo.
Vielleicht.
I'd like to report to the Honorable Council on the cleanliness of the city and the state of the public baths.
You mean baths or brothels?
Isn't it the same thing?
So, the
I'd
cleanliness
like
of
some
the
monastery
city
wine.
is not
Refill my cup,
what
boy.
it should be. The current baths in the city fall far short of covering all the citizens' needs.
You're right, Jerome. But a woman named Betty has showed up on Hopbrink and wants to repair the bath.
sorry,
that used
sir.
to be there.
She's
Orders
a
from
protege
above.
of mine.
This is unbelievable.
Her efforts are commendable, but I don't think she will succeed. It takes a firm hand, not soft, feminine fingers.
A moment ago, you were complaining there weren't enough baths. Shouldn't we support her?
Something like this is better handled by trustworthy
More wine,
people.
Master Bailiff.
Like my friend, bathhouse proprietor Adam. The need for cleanliness and...
I need something from you. There is an item in my study that I confiscated from a female thief. She thought she could wriggle out of it by telling me who the item belongs to.
And what is it?
A silver goblet. She sneaked into Sir Ulrich's house and stole it. No one's noticed the theft yet. But if Ulrich finds out, he'll turn the city upside down to find the culprit. Go and get it. And don't you make a mess there, understand?
Where can I find this goblet?
Use your eyes and come around.
Keeping the city clean is important, but we don't have money to spare. Arguing about who is going to wash where and how is a waste of time.
It's only a waste of time because we're always arguing about the same thing.
Silver might this be?
Not at all. If you'd finally admit that it's a trifle.
So?
I did, Master Bailiff. Here it is.
Not so loud. And now go back to your...
The citizens is to provide them with a place to wash up.
What nonsense! Next, you'll want me to serve wine to everyone for free, too.
Quiere vino,
Why
gordos.
not? In Jerome Nas's earthly paradise, everything would be free.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Gentlemen, let's agree to disagree. What if the king heard us?
I got word that Rutard has pulled off another deed.
That's nothing unusual. That old weasel will never accept that the city isn't run his way.
Hey,
at least
waiter,
until His
pour me
Majesty
some
honors us
monastery
with his
wine.
visit. And as we know,
Monastery.
Gunslin absolutely hates him.
He can hate all he wants, as long as he does no damage. Ulrich, what have you got to say about it?
Me? Well,
Monastery wine! Here!
Sure what you're implying.
Es este, ¿no?
I'm speaking about the Rutard incident. You were there, weren't you?
Oh, that. Just a small misunderstanding. We've sorted it out and everything's settled.
My ears must be deceiving
I'd like some
me.
white.
Are you defending Rutard? Besides, if his men attacked yours, as I've heard, then we have a good reason to punish him.
What happened there? Leave nothing out.
I don't like Rutard.
Are they only
but
just
in
pressing
this
the
case,
grapes for their
really was
Tokai?
nothing.
Everyone in the city gossiped about it.
Thank you, waiter.
I heard there were
Yeah.
several dead.
Did you? That's grossly exaggerated. I don't think Rutard will cause any trouble. He is sensible enough not to draw attention to himself.
Vamos, está defendiendo ahora que lo tenemos entre las
That's
manos.
true. Because if we don't do something about him, the king himself will put an end to
Hey,
him.
waiter.
And soon.
Pour me some Tokai.
Unless he puts an end to us first. God knows what he wants to tell us.
If nothing happened, there's no point in dwelling
Para esta
on
no
it.
es.
Let's move on.
I'm sorry, Andreas, but I wouldn't brush it off so quickly.
Boy,
why do I
are
have
you
the feeling
deaf or
you're not
something?
telling us the whole truth,
Wine.
Ulrich?
White.
Are you accusing me
Sir?
of lying?
Those are strong words, my friend. Nobody
Well,
said anything like that, did they?
Then why doesn't he tell us what really happened?
I'm not keeping anything from you, but there's little truth to the rumors circulating around the town. Yes, Rutard and I had a little disagreement, but we ended it quickly because his daughter wanted to get involved. I didn't want to expose the girl to any unpleasant sights.
So Rutard is hiding behind his own daughter's skirts.
As if it
Te
wasn't
metas con mi
enough
novia.
that he sent his son to die defending the city.
All right. If we really don't have anything new to say, let's turn the page.
Things have got out of order in the town. Some adventurers decided to take the law into their own hands and restore the tradition of duels. It's not only barbaric, but also illegal. If we tolerate this, the rabble in the city will go wild and do whatever they want. I suspect the gentleman from the city's sword-fighting school brought
I'd
this
like
custom
some
to us.
monastery wine.
That German
Refill my
Menhard
cup,
is
boy.
just hanging around the market looking for trouble.
O este me va a decir algo seguro.
Ridiculous, Forsooker. You act like you've never been in a fight yourself. I to
Sir?
accuse a swordsmaster without a shred of proof.
Don't hang around
We're
me.
not some old
Vanish,
fishwives
hear
in the
me?
marketplace.
So you will just leave it be?
Proven offences are punished by the bailiff. And that's that.
Waiter!
There are more pressing matters to deal with.
More pressing than the open contempt of the whole
Refill,
town
sir.
garrison.
Do you think I come
The
to the
guards
council
are
just to
apparently
guzzle
settling
wine?
accounts
Come
their own
here.
way. We'll soon be the laughing stock of the whole town.
You can rest. What can I help you with, sir?
I left my gloves in the chapel. I took them off to pray, but then I rushed here and forgot to take
Oh,
them.
Dios.
I can't just get up and walk out now.
All right.
I knew I could, while you're at it, count how many figures on the mural have wings.
But
Because I'm bored.
Throughout everyone who complains over
Hijo
a
de la
beer,
mil puta.
I'd soon be out of customers.
Ah, to hell with it. We'll never get
that
anywhere
was
like
easy
this.
enough. And he wanted me to
Wait,
count the
time.
winged figures.
No sé cuántas hay. Winged figures. Yo, flaco. No, me chupa 3 huevos. O sea, hay una ahí.
I gave you a task. Have you forgotten? So,
I found your gloves, sir.
Really? Let's
Hola,
see
Lori.
them.
Hola,
Did
Lois.
you
¿Cómo
count
estás?
those winged figures?
I counted 16, sir.
And did you count all the monsters and animals?
Oh.
Go back to...
Yes, the eternal dispute over the cathedrals.
Wow.
The building of the church is dragging on.
Todavía no,
and in
no
the
apareció el rey.
meantime, They are calling diocesan pilgrimages to settlers, right under our noses. It's just a village with a monastery.
Hey,
and they are going
wait.
to make a royal mining city.
Pour me some
Why can't
monastery
we build
wine.
faster? Hire more craftsmen, start with night shifts.
Haven't you noticed there's a war going on? Are the experts from far off supposed to work in the city under siege?
Besides, I get the feeling there's something other than the welfare of the city behind your complaints.
Oh, you do? Do you? And what would that be?
Like, for instance, that you'd like to have your own altar there?
So what if I would?
Hold your horses, gentlemen.
Why?
That
I'd like
space
some
in
right.
the side nave is mine.
The hell freezes over, mein Freund. Your place is at least 2 steps behind mine.
Which
A
way?
swordsmith dares to insult me?
White.
Ha! I think not.
Excuse me? You wanted to buy yourself an altar in the cathedral, just like you bought yourself a seat in this council.
Sir?
How dare you? I acquired my seat for the services our guild provided and still provides to the crown.
Well, I hope you're not supplying equipment to the army. If that's all they have, they would be defeated by that bunch of ne'er-do-wells from the alehouse on Hopbrink.
What ne'er-do-wells?
Those wrestlers of theirs, of
A
course.
full cup of monastery
People
wine.
from the whole town go to watch them brawl.
Oh, this is news to me.
Because it has all been sorted out. Not long ago,
Sir?
the guards raided and threw them all out.
Ah, yes, I had
Thank you,
forgotten.
Rita.
What do we have to discuss?
Agradecen igual, bastante educados. Sí, bastante educados. Claro que no aparece el rey. Jesús.
I'm telling you, something is being planned. Oh, I doubt it. No one's gonna tackle Rootard.
El rey, chicos. El rey. No, 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 esto va a ser épico. ¡Seguimos! Para, ¿no nos van a reconocer? Para, el pelado nos va a reconocer. Ah, no. You. Wine. Esta es la misión más difícil del juego, chicos. Servirle vino al rey. Sin mirarlo a los ojos. ¿Pelado es tan imbécil que no nos reconoció?
You have nothing to fear. Not you.
Ah, gracias, sí. Para, es bueno el rey. Hijos de puta, ustedes me dijeron que Wenceslao era el bueno. Me cagaron. ¿Para qué estamos trabajando para Wenceslao? ¿Qué pasó acá? Acá está todo de joda mientras yo laburo. Somos Goodwin de
Now,
vuelta.
father, put a little life into your dying. Seen more cheerful priests at funerals.
I'd rather be at one than here. I hoped I'd never see this fortress again in my life.
Unpleasant memories?
You have no idea. I didn't part ways with my father on entirely good terms. 20 years ago.
And now you're 2 decades older and wiser. At your Ujit's parish, you spread the word of God to your flock, and you saved my neck and Henry's too. I'd say your father should be proud of you.
None of that matters a damn to him.
Who knows?
Maybe that 20 years has changed a thing or two.
You know what? Let's drop the subject. Do you know any of the guests here?
Most of them I'm seeing for the first time in my life. It's a pretty varied company. We've had bandits, nobles, burghers, a priest, and even a rabbi coming together here. It's like the start of some joke.
Wait a moment. Rabbi, you say? The Gutenberg rabbi?
Yeah. He came with a retinue. But for now, they're keeping mostly to themselves. Maybe you should go and welcome some of them. After all, this used to be your home. And you're a spiritual man too, so...
I wouldn't be too sure. But I suppose I can try. Who's that French fellow you brought here from Malachov?
The great Baron Brabant. Been everywhere, knows everything, and has the keys to half the kingdom. He's got more fairy tales than my old nanny.
Can he be trusted?
He's a blabbermouth, but a harmless one. Besides, he defended Gutenberg, and you know how that went. If he were on Sigismund's side, he'd hardly have been locked up with me.
Igual es raro, ¿no? Este francés se alía a nosotros tan rápido.
How does it feel to breathe free air again?
What can I say? You can never truly appreciate freedom until someone locks you up for a while.
Or until you become a priest.
No fear of that in my... Wine, women, and song.
Y hombres.
What do you plan to do now you're a free man again?
What do you think? Get drunk, woo one of the local wenches, and wake up in the morning with no hose and a head like a church bell.
Have you perchance forgotten we're supposed to be deciding the future of the kingdom here?
I'll leave that to the older and wiser. And duller.
Dear me. But I suppose I'll have to introduce myself to the rest of the guests, eh?
Indeed you should. After...
Oh, don't start with that. I'd like to steer clear of the old man as long as I can.
In that case, you should sound out Radzig and Hanush and find out what they're actually planning.
Ok. ¡John! Están todos. Están todos. Conrad. Este no sé ni quién es.
Watch where you're going.
God bless. Grüß Gott.
Such rare guests. One wouldn't expect to find among Christians representatives of your community. I'm Goodwin. My greetings to you.
Peace be with you. Neither would one expect a priest here. And yet...
How do you know I'm a priest?
It's not difficult to tell. After all, we have much in common. And we are both a little on unfamiliar ground here. I'm Yehuda, leader of the rabbinical court in the sacred community of Gutenberg. And this is Samuel, my aide.
Samuel ya lo
I would
conocemos.
rather not be here at all. Why did we have to come here, Sadie? Can you not see everyone is staring at us?
Because we all need to help each other in this time of need.
¿Qué piensa que somos todos
why
antisemitas?
would they not stare when you are frowning so?
Are you here to arrange some trade?
We have more serious matter. The situation. You have men and weapons. We have the means to sustain them.
Why are you telling this to a Koimer? You wanted to deliver what we brought to the Margrave and quickly leave.
Everything in good time, Samuel.
Did you come to lend money to the lords?
Not to lend, but to give. Help given to the needy is repaid only by God.
You don't even know if you can trust them. With that money, we could have paid mercenaries ourselves.
You remind me of my young friend Henry. He's a bit of a hothead too.
Henry? That messenger of Radzig Copula?
You know each other. You're
Sí,
both around
le
the same
intentó
age.
matar.
That would be him. But we did not get off to a very good start.
Or maybe you'll get to know For a young stripling, he's been through plenty. It's not so long since his parents were killed in Skalitz.
Bueno, no entiendo por qué
was
tenemos...
supposed to become a blacksmith, and instead,
Espero que pase algo
he's
bueno
roaming
acá,
the
porque
world, risking his neck at every
perdemos de
turn.
conocer al rey.
A blacksmith, you say? From Scarlet's?
Aye, that's right. Did you know anyone there?
I knew of someone. A blacksmith
A la
by
mierda.
the name of Martin.
My daughter knew him most, and that is why Samuel is in this
¡Es nuestro hermano!
for our numerous
¡Es
sins.
nuestro hermano bastardo!
Maybe he was my father, but he certainly didn't act like one. Ma raised me on her own.
And that was all for the
Ahora,
best.
¿Henry es mitad
Why?
judío?
He should have taken care of me, but instead he fathered
Oh, no, no.
another bastard.
Don't make hasty judgments. As far as I know, Martin didn't have any other children. At least, none of his own. He took in Henry and raised him as his own on the orders of the Lord of Skalitz, Sir Radzik Kobila, Henry's real father.
I don't care if he took care of 20 other Mamsas.
That boy's blood father denied him, just like yours did to you.
A person can't choose their parents. And Henry only found out about it recently.
Enough. I'd rather have a drink.
For that, there...
Good health.
L'chaim.
A tomar. El Goodwin, creo que Goodwin tiene el perk que gana stats cuando lo toma.
What else would you expect? It's a matter of property.
To
and
your
life
health,
or
my
death.
friends.
Warring
I'm
against
glad
the
you
king of
finally
France
accepted
or
my
wife for
invitation.
matter, riding out
Almost lost all hope.
Good health to you, sir. I'm Goodwin, a friend of that lad you arrived with, Henry. We don't know each other.
Baron Vauquelin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo. The last of my line. I am a warrior, a traveler, a strategist, and also, à ma manière, a poet.
My word. Isn't that exhausting?
Mais non! And I'm glad to meet a new friend.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Baron. I knew right away we'd hit it off. You say you're a poet? How about a verse or two to amuse us?
Jamais! Is poetry nothing?
no.
I think not. To recite, I
Ay, no, no,
require
no, no,
the
no.
proper mood.
La
And
cagamos de
besides,
nuevo.
few-
Rep Lost.
How come almost nobody here knows you?
I am operating, as they say. Incognito. My great benefit is my strong connection with the French court. There, everyone knows my name. Here in Bohemia, I'm still building my reputation.
How did you end up in...
Ah, c'est une histoire compliquée. It was after I heroically led the defense of Gothenburg, and only lost it narrowly by an unfortunate turn of events.
That needs some...
Oh, misère.
You're quite mistaken, Monsieur Baron. I have.
Ah, je suis désolé. This Bohemia is a strange land. I have seen farmhands, children, and even women fighting. But the clergy? Sainte Mère, do tell me about it. No doubt you fought on the side of truth and honor.
My last big battle was in Kosovo.
I've heard of this battle. Many great men fell there.
Aye. And it was there I decided it was nothing for me. So I settled down in the presbytery in Ujits.
Then, what are you doing here at a meeting of opponents of the crown?
Ah, the Lord moves in mysterious ways. Where have you been on your travels? Have you seen the ocean?
But of course! I was born by the sea. If you are interested in my greatest journeys, then I have traveled with a merchant caravan all the way to the Ottoman Empire. And if you are interested in my greatest deed, then that was perhaps
Wow.
saving the life of the King of France.
And you wouldn't by any chance know the Pope, personally?
Which one do you mean? I spoke briefly with Boniface IX when I was sojourning in Rome. A pleasant fellow.
No le creo una mierda.
Dear friends and allies, in these troublesome times, you all know why we're here. The question remains, what to do next? Sigismund is facing troubles in Hungary, and here too, he is up against resistance. He's a capable strategist, but a poor diplomat. Mark my words. If we wait him out until winter, he will leave of his own accord.
By winter, he'll have torched all our fortresses and carried off everything that we possess.
Are we gonna? Or are we gonna drive them out in shame? A few well-planned raids and we could have him in our fists!
At what price? Have you got men to spare? Has any of you got men and money to spare?
We don't have men out there.
Yes, we do.
We do not.
Jobst is right. That horse son won't fall easily.
Only we can't wait.
Are we to get ourselves killed?
Or end with nothing?
Friends, we'll get nowhere like this. Let's adjourn ourselves and try to think it through.
¿Pero qué carajo fue esa música?
Well, that went just as expected. Good health.
And to yours. Could it have gone any other way when there's so many of us here?
I would have expected a bit more sense from Jobst, of all people. He made an amateur's mistake. But it's hard to be angry with him when he's trying to ingratiate himself with everyone. By the way, I'm John of Liechtenstein. And you must be Goodwin, the son of...
That's not a thing I've ever boasted of. How do you know that?
I have my sources. From what I've heard about you, I'd judge you could be quite useful to me at today's gathering.
Is that so?
Indeed. And that's why I'd like to ask something of you.
It depends what it...
A little delicate diplomacy. I expect we can agree that Jobst's plan has certain... shortcomings?
That's a weak word.
And the way it stands at the moment, he'll never get the support of the council. But I have an idea how to change that.
Well, I'm curious how you hope to shut Zizka up and satisfy the ones who want peace.
We'll sit and wait quietly until Sigismund withdraws of his own volition, as Jobst proposes, but we'll be waiting in the military camp of our huge new army.
When Sigismund sees that, he'll be off to Hungary all the sooner. At a gallop.
Exactly. Sigismund's army is demoralized and weakened. And besides, he's running out of resources. He's able to tackle fortresses that aren't able to defend themselves, but he won't engage an equal force on the battlefield.
But he can't retreat either. That would be a disgrace.
And that's exactly why we'll wait until he's called back to Hungary by events there. For the plan to work, we need allies, their money and their determination. We've already set the ground for it. We just need negotiators who will push the right people in the right direction.
Are you saying you set everything in motion even before Jobst?
More like in parallel, but without his knowledge.
¿Cómo que no le
If
contaste?
we find support and make it look like the whole thing was his idea, we'll all win.
Why are you doing all this anyway?
Because I want to put a stop to the senseless deaths. And also because I'm happier with Wenceslas on the Bohemian throne.
I'll help you. What exactly should I do?
I'll give you 3 names.
Botchek of Kunstadt, Hamann Alder, and Anna of Waldstein. If you can get those three on our side, we've won the day. Meanwhile, I'll take care of Jobst.
Tell me a bit more about those people, so I know who I'm dealing with.
Certainly. Who do you want to start with?
Botchek of Kunstadt. I know the name, but I can't quite place him.
That's just the thing. He's got massive estates, great influence, but he holds back. He doesn't play the big game, because he doesn't like to take risks. He always goes for the sure thing. But once he's made his mind up, not even a pair of oxen will hold him back.
Okay.
Alder the Alderman. Wasn't he a Kuttenberg councillor?
He still is. The only one who retained his position after the city was taken. Only he's here, instead of cozying up with Sigismund in Kuttenberg. So his days in the council are numbered. But he'll continue to have a strong influence on the guilds and the rich burghers. And that's why we need him.
Okay.
Anna of
Anna?
Waldstein. The widow of that rich miner.
Ana no estuvo con Henry.
What was his name?
Wenzel Bartosz. And I'm not surprised you forgot.
I was quite surprised to see her here. Assemblies like this are more of a...
A male affair? So far, Godwin, so far. Anna is holding back and behaving like an exemplary young widow. But don't trust appearances. She's got claws, she knows how to do her sums, and she certainly has no love lost for Sigismund.
And what use can she be to us? Apart from her late husband's money, of course.
She's as sharp as they come when it comes to trade. And she knows a thing or two about diplomacy. There are wicked tongues that claim Bartosz acquired most of his wealth thanks to her. And that it was thanks to her that he died, too.
Okay. Ya tenemos a los tres. ¿Por quién arrancamos?
What if it doesn't work?
I refuse to even consider that outcome. Because it would mean slow, but certain defeat for all of us.
Why me?
Because you've got a head on your shoulders. You and your friend Henry are similar in that respect. There aren't many like you two left.
I'll get on it then.
I wish us both luck.
Success to our plans.
No podemos en pedo con nada con este tipo. Papu. ¿Por qué arrancamos? Por Ana. Vamos a arrancar por Ana.
God be with you, noble lady. There's something I'd like to ask of you.
God be with you. What would that be?
Your diplomatic support. And
directo el tipo.
money.
No beating around the bush, eh? I like that. But what do you want my money for?
Margrave Job's plan has some gaps, milady. We need to gather enough resources to...
To muster an army that Margrave can't afford on his own?
Christ. Be praised. You're astute.
I should say so. All sorts of people have their eyes on my money, and divining their intentions is a necessity. Although, between the two of us, it isn't hard to figure out what Liechtenstein is after.
How do you know Liechtenstein's behind it?
I know most of the people here very well. Many of them certainly have doubts about the Margrave's plans, but they wouldn't dream of stating them aloud. While it seems that Lord Liechtenstein, on the contrary, sees his opportunity.
I'd say you have a better nose for people than most of this crowd.
Not only for people, but also for...
Okay. Ahora, ¿perdimos rep? Oh, no.
Who did you learn from? In my experience, women usually learn other skills.
I acquired the basics from my husband.
Oh, no.
God rest his soul.
Espera, que reseten.
And the rest I learnt quickly, as soon as others started sniffing around his estate. So, to the point. What is it that Liechtenstein wants from me?
Nothing more than support and resources for an army to parley more effectively with Sigismund.
Nothing more? I'd say that's plenty. And why ask me for help? Why should I, of all people, take the risk?
You manage large estates. In return for your generosity, we offer you protection.
I've managed quite well up to now, taking care of my own resources. If you want me to support you...
Do you have something in particular in mind?
Well, one of the guests here has something that shouldn't get into the wrong hands.
Who's that?
Harmon Alder. Now, if you were to switch these papers for the ones he brought with him, I would support the proposal.
I'm supposed to rob an ally.
Harmon Alder was given the documents to deliver.
Pero con
to
Goodwin no
the
podemos
council.
robar, ¿o
He
sí?
hasn't yet had a chance to look
Creo que
at
no.
them, so he won't even notice the difference.
And the papers I'm supposed to plant on Alder?
Just insignificant documents. If the incriminating ones disappeared without a trace, it would arouse suspicion.
Have you fallen out with the town councillor?
No. Alder is innocent in the matter. My relatives from the House of Bartosz are behind it all. They're disappointed that I dared outlive my husband, and the fact that I'm handling his estates makes their hair stand on end.
And these papers I'm supposed to switch, what do they concern?
My relatives somehow dug up some trade contracts between myself and certain undesirable parties.
You were dealing with the enemy.
They were not the enemy at the time. My conscience is clear, but I'll rest...
All right, I'll help you.
Alder will surely have the papers in his saddlebags, which he left in the shed on the outer courtyard. Bring them to me, and put these there instead. But watch yourself. Odorim's groom has eyes everywhere.
He looks more like a...
May I have...
You? Anytime. With you, at least, there's some sensible conversation. Unlike this pack of conceited upstarts.
Have you got...
Their forefathers lived up to their ears in dung. But thanks to the royal mines, they were born with silver spoons up their arse.
Lo van con esta,
And they
Janusz.
think that can turn their blood blue.
But surely they're not all like that. And they are our allies.
Allies or not, someone ought to show them their place.
Young Lord Capon is finally free again. Let's hope
he got a harsh lesson. But at least he might remember to lay off that tomfoolery of his for a while. But if not, war will make a man of him soon enough.
Do you think there's really going to be a war? I mean a proper one.
Sí va a haber una guerra, flaco. Nos vamos a... Claramente va a haber.
I sincerely hope so. Whoever sits around risks nothing. It's time to get off our asses and take action.
What do you think about Jobst?
Are you testing me? Jobst called this assembly and he wants things to turn out well.
To turn out well for some are up to their elbows in silver and blood, so others can live in freedom.
Better make sure you're among the latter then. And in the meanwhile, help...
Goodwin, we didn't have much time for conversation.
With pleasure, sir. What are you expecting from today's gathering, my lord?
Well, I have no great expectations. But, all going well, we may be able to establish some joint steps towards the future. As long as we proceed without prior agreement and mutual support, we will be very unlikely to achieve any progress.
I couldn't help but notice your son has a bit of a talent for getting into trouble.
To put it mildly, but not to do him an injustice, knowing young Lord Capon, he undoubtedly
Es todo
contributed
culpa del
to
Lord
that more
Capon.
than a little.
Todo
Although,
culpa de él.
if they didn't pull each other out of trouble, God knows where they'd be now.
Wise words. Still, Henry's come a long way on a thorny path.
You know, I am. And Martin would also be glad, even though Henry chose a different path than he.
May God grant him eternal rest. Where did you leave Sir Divish? Surely he's not too old to miss out on such an event.
Haven't you heard? Lady Stephanie is with
Oh
child.
no, es nuestro
No
hijo.
one even imagined Divish would produce an heir at his age.
As they say, doesn't matter who needed the dough.
No, no es.
As long as
No,
there's a
no,
pie
no,
in the
no.
oven.
Godwin.
Well, it could be a miracle. Praise the Lord.
No, es hijo de Henry. Le clavamos un bastardo acoso.
What brings you here?
Ahí está. ¿Eh? ¿No era acá? Perdón, perdón.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm waiting here for you.
Oh, how's that?
I've been watching you for a while, and I have a feeling you do well to talk a little.
Who in
God's name and...
Is it that of?
Don't blaspheme.
Hey, you! What are you doing? And what would...
That's none of your concern.
No.
If you hold me up, Lady Anna will give me shit. And since you're just a fucking groom, you can...
No. And in the morning, when I met him, I swore I never laid eyes on his... Even though...
That's... And then lying... You won't. As long as you repent.
Basta, deja de
I'll
hacer...
start right away. That won't please Lord Odorin.
La puta madre, boludo. Ah, es acá. Pero es un... Odio es un sistema de este juego de mierda.
I'll tell you, nobody has the likes of these.
I'd love to take
I've got those papers from...
Quiet!
Lady, with all the... Here they are.
You're more capable than I expected. Thanks for the help.
You're welcome. And now you're part of the bargain.
As agreed. I will support Liechtenstein's proposal with both words and money.
Thank you, noble lady. God will...
Yes, quite. But let's drink to our bargain, Goodwin.
How could I refuse a toast with such a fine lady? To your health, Lady Anna.
And to the success of our efforts.
Vamos a terminar recontra en pedo. Sí que no estamos en pedo todavía.
How are you getting on so far?
Everything is going...
Glad to hear it. Keep it up. Just don't overdo it with the wine.
I'd like to check your horses out and see if they're as good as you say.
Ha, even better. But you won't believe it until you see for yourself.
And you might not believe your eyes when you do see them. Well, well, we have a new guest.
I wanted to...
You wanted to apologize for crashing into my home without it by your leave. Or to arrest my guests some more?
I want to have a word with Older.
Well, I'm having a word with you.
I apologize, Father.
For interrupting our conversation? Or just for being you?
Is that your...
Unfortunately.
Sí, para.
Speak up then. What are you doing here?
Oh, no.
I came with a delegation from Sir Hanush of Lipa.
Is this a joke?
Ah, este es otro viejo, no me acordaba.
20 years ago, He was nothing but a cheeky brat, only interested in wenches and booze. I got him a
Ahora
place
sigo
in
siendo
the
eso, pero soy un
archbishopric
cura.
to have some sense beaten into his head. Only it wasn't long before they kicked him out. And then I find out he's settled in some backwater parish in Sassau. But he took his boozing and whoring along with him, lost everything, and then came creeping home again. Huh?
Try saying it again a little louder. They might not have heard you in the outer courtyard.
You have the impertinence to show me your face after the way you disgraced our whole family?
I wouldn't set foot here if I had a choice. Better to be a priest in some backwater than have a father like you.
How dare you?
You're as shit a father as I am a son. We've got nothing to blame each other for. And now let me speak to Older.
You're dishonoring your host.
I can't dishonor someone who has no honor. If you had any, you'd be...
That's enough.
Christopher.
You won't get away with those insults. I challenge you to a duel.
We've never met, and we have no cause to be enemies. Take back your challenge.
Te voy a
and sort
romper el
things out
ano.
peacefully.
You've got no other option. You insulted Father's honor.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for violence. I can have a word in private with Lord Odorin, the second, as he desires, and then...
Out of the question. This uncouth lout needs a lesson. And he's got plenty to learn from Christopher. By God's grace, I have at least one son I can be proud of.
¿Por qué son tan malos con Goodwin?
Satisfaction? You'll get nothing but shame. As always. Suit yourself, then. We'll fight. Come to the outer courtyard, but quietly. We don't have to put on a show for the crowd.
After you.
Well, that's that. Now, where were we?
Shouldn't we rather...
No, Christopher...
Make room for us. We'll just settle a very private matter. It's an honorable duel, man against man. Did they teach you that in the seminary? Sacre! You're fast.
Stand firm! Otherwise, the first strike will put you on your arse! Just like in Kosovo. And no mercy! Aim with your whole arm, not just your wrist. Sum quicque tribue! What's wrong with your legs? I might be old,
Take that.
but I'm not written up. Arm lower.
Ha! Fuck you.
Look in my eyes, not at my sword.
Ni siquiera estoy haciendo combos. Le estoy ganando.
You don't know which end of that thing is up.
Enough. That will do.
Perdón.
My God. Where did you learn to wield a sword like that? Father always said you were a good-for-nothing boozer. But you could teach sword fighting in a school.
I was in a war. Right after they kicked me out of the archbishopric. And you ought to know yourself. Not all the faults that Father sees are real.
Aye. Well, I apologize for going off like that. I had to, so that...
So Father would be satisfied. I know. Only he'll never be satisfied. The sooner you realize that, the better.
I thought he was the way he was because his first son let him down. And he hoped at least his second would become something.
No, nos odia los dos.
Not at all. I remember him the same since I was a nipper. When I was 6 years old, I fell off a horse and broke my leg. He wouldn't talk to me for a week because I'd let him down.
The first time he took me hunting, he let me starve for 3 days until I was able to shoot my first hare.
Only 3 days.
He got soft. I always wondered who you were. There was never much talk about you at home. Look, I really did fuck up everything I could. I brawled and boozed until they threw me out of my own parish. But now, I have a chance to put things to rights a little. And that's why you want to talk to Alder? I've got to get him on our side and to cooperate with us. Aren't we all on the same side? Maybe everyone's saying that. But it's time to put it into action. After your encounter with Father, it won't be easy to get to Alder. Actually, I don't think you should even attempt it. Unless you want to anger Father even more. What else can I do, though? I'll talk to him myself. He'll hear me out for sure. But you'll have to trust me. And tell me what it's all about. All right, then. You've heard Yob's plan, right? It's a nice idea, but we can't wait around without an army to back us up. Only no one's going to pay for one, because that would be an outright admission of rebelling against Sigismund. Alder's got some clout with the councillors and burghers who are loyal to Sigismund. If he agrees, they'll follow. I expect Alder's not the only one you're after. You got that right. Leave Alder to me. The plan sounds sensible, and he's no fool. I don't know how to thank you. You can drag me to a tavern sometime. Pa doesn't need to know about it. You're starting to sound like a brother.
Gracias, flaco. Macanudo el tipo, Macanudo. ¿Sabe que gasta un duelo? Vamos a hablar con... ¿Con quién carajo tenemos que hablar?
Burghers, patricians and usurers.
Sir Bocek, I need to speak with you for a moment.
A man hardly puts his cup to his lips and someone comes along to put a flea in his ear. Yobs comes up with a plan as full of holes as a beggar's shoes, and now you're all jostling to win me over for him.
On the contrary, I've come here with an idea how to improve it.
Does that improvement include a few thousand men-at-arms? If not, you can go to the devil with it.
A few thousand men-at-arms as a convincing argument. And 100 horsemen on top. Only in order to get them, we need coin.
You've got my attention, but not my money yet.
Don't worry, it's not just your money I want to draw on. Believe it or not, we've gained other patrons for our cause too.
Really? Name at least one of those lunatics then.
Anna of Volstein, for instance.
Truly? Well, let's see about it then.
I wouldn't mention the word lunatic.
All right, let's discuss it, candidly. I have a lot of property, lots of subjects to look after, and along with that, the Lord blessed me with a large family. I can't risk it all in a conflict with Sigismund.
So you need guarantees that you won't be left standing in the cold if you openly oppose Sigismund?
My guarantee is called Yitka. She's my niece. If I succeeded in marrying her off to another strong house, I'll have the certainty that I won't be left alone.
Maybe it's enough to find a suitable groom among the allies.
Perhaps someone of suitable standing who Yitka would also gladly accept. I don't want her to be unhappy.
How about young Lord Capon?
He's a youngster still.
What's wrong with him? He's young, he's handsome, women are fighting over him. Yitka will like him, and he'll give her a whole bunch of children.
And to half the wenches in his domain, too, eh? On the other hand, the lords of Lipa have a good reputation, and Hanush can always be relied. Maybe it's...
I'll convey your offer to Lord...
I don't care what the young lord... If he agrees, I'll...
Pushing a friend to tie the knot to save the kingdom.
Things have come to a pretty pass.
The kingdom will not forget his sacrifice. Now stop dilly-dallying and go and tell Hanush.
Okay. Ahí.
Sir. Nor I, until now. I am Sir Conrad, Lord of Vechta, and you are...
Used to be. My father somewhat disowned me some time ago.
And I used to be the Royal Mint Master, until the king decided to replace me.
Are you going to support the Margrave's proposal?
I haven't quite decided yet. It's true that displeasure against the king is noticeably growing in Kuttenberg, but if our rebellion were to come face to face with Sigismund's army, I'd be risking my future, if not my life.
Do you think you might get your position as Mint Master back again?
I doubt it. Half the town hates Vavak, but no one would even think of saying a word against him. And he knows that his security stands and falls with his function, so he clings to it tooth and nail.
We've got quite a bit in common, wouldn't you say?
More than you think. If my memory doesn't deceive me, you serve as a parish priest. So I recollect, at least, from my recent discussions with Martin.
Served. That's in the past.
Even so. Before King Wenceslas appointed me as Mint Master, I was a priest. I was even being groomed to become a bishop.
And now look at us. We have cast off our robes and merrily hatched plots against Sigismund.
There's no point in waiting for divine intervention. On the contrary, the current state of affairs demands quite a secular approach.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Take a look at that. A nightingale surrounded by hawks.
Sir Hanush, I bring happy tidings.
You do? Let's hear it then.
Young Lord Capon is...
If he's got some impoverished noble's daughter pregnant, I'll have his hide. I'm not going to support some bastard.
You misunderstood my meaning. I was the one who arranged the betrothal. I mean, with your blessing.
You arranged a marriage for my ward? Just like that? With who?
With the niece of Sir Boczek, Lord of Kunstadt. Her name's Yidka.
Boczek of Kunstadt? The Boczek of Kunstadt? Goodwin, you conniving old bastard!
Oh, fuck.
I don't believe it. So, young Hans is to marry Kunstadt's daughter?
Niece.
If you're serious, I'll make sure that you get the Rattay parish.
Or you could make me the abbot of Sassa. Or what about a bishopric?
Forget it. Soon I'll be paying for a wedding. Not a word to Hans. I want to tell him myself. But let's drink to it, shall we?
Cheers!
Cheers to you! And to your pal...
Okay. Ya está. Ya está.
We mustn't push too hard.
Sir Boczek, your niece Yidka...
So Hanush...
Indeed.
Then I will fulfill my end of the bargain without reservation.
Thank you, Lord of Kunstadt.
Enough formality.
Cheers to the beautiful Lady Yidka and the unhappy Lord Capon.
Here's to a good bargain.
I'm still hoping it works out and we walk out of here with a clear plan. But
¿Falta algo más? No creo, ¿no?
you were right. It was probably not the best idea. Together, all...
I've got some good news and some bad news for you.
The bad news is there's hardly any females in this whole damned place. There's some old bat standing there with two young girls, but she watches over them like a mother hen. So at least tell me the good news.
You're going to get married.
Is she at least pretty?
I don't know. I've never seen her.
You're really a barrel of laughs, Goodwin. Wait till Hanush hears this. Now, enough nonsense. Let's have...
To your health.
Ahora estamos muy en pedo, ¿no?
Probably not the best
Sin-
idea.
sin
Together,
alcohol.
all the lords under one roof.
Gentlemen, I think we can raise our goblets to the successful conclusion of the negotiations.
Is this supposed to be your secret weapon?
Like I said, miracles happen where you least expect them. Tell me, Goodwin of the House of Odorin, what news do you bring us?
I bring nothing from the House of Odorin. But the widow of Waldstein and Sir Bojek of Kunstad will support our cause.
Both of them. Good heavens, what did you promise them?
This is going to be a long story, and I could use a drink. So if you'll excuse me, my lords?
Pará, y el otro sí lo agarramos.
It would seem that we have all benefited from the break in these proceedings. New alliances have been formed. And I have also changed my plans. We shall still wait for Sigismund to withdraw his troops of his own accord. But we will wait with an army at our backs.
Yes. And how are we to raise an army? Wasn't it made clear at the meeting that no one wants to take the risk?
The only thing made clear was that each of us alone is weak, and that we could not find common ground. But that has now changed.
King Wenceslas is, by the will of God, the balbatim of all his subjects. Not only the Christians, our community, and not only ours, will give you coin.
The Kuttenberg houses are still loyal to King Wenceslas, and we stand with Lord Ruthard.
And if that's not enough, the houses of Leipa and Kunstadt will unite and march side by side.
My niece, Yitka, will take young Lord Capon as her husband.
Lo recagaron.
Lords Kunstadt, Hanush, Radzig, and I will set out immediately. God willing, we will be back within 3 weeks, along with an army.
Now those are words worthy of a nobleman.
My friend, I still believe that words are more powerful than swords. And our words will ring in 1,000 voices to the glory of King Wenceslas.
After we conquered the city, you promised to restore order immediately. And then I find out things are even more disordered than before.
Your Majesty, we are sorry. We will put it to rights.
You've already said that. I want to hear real solutions.
We will put more guards on the roads and toughen penalties. We can have a few captured bandits executed as an example to others.
We do not care about bandits. We care about rebellious nobles and burghers. What will you do with them? How will you solve the chaos in the town administration, the rebellious miners, and the dismal yields? And how is it even possible that a rebellion against the king is smoldering here in the city?
What do you mean, sire?
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter.
Oh, no.
From right under your noses.
Por lo de
Why
peso.
haven't you done anything?
We don't know who is behind this. Without evidence, we cannot punish them.
Otto von Berghoff did not ask questions in Prague either. He acted. And I advise you to do the same. Find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere. Point them to the Jewish quarter and give them free rein. To do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wencesla's side. They need a warning.
No te metas con mis hermanos judíos. Hijo de puta.
Marquardt, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sire. I'll assign them to Eric. He'll take care of it.
So you see, all you have to do is make sure the city rebel get their share. You could at least manage that, couldn't you? And if the thought should cross your minds that you would get rid of the debts to the Jewish moneylenders this way, forget about it. Your debts will remain, up to the last groschen. Only now you owe us directly. And while we are on the subject of money, has the yield from the mines finally matched last year's?
Sire, the deposits are dwindling, and mining is becoming increasingly difficult. And to make matters worse, the miners started rebelling.
Don't take us for a fool. They'll stop rebelling when you pay them proper wages.
Your Majesty, we can't do that.
Silence! How dare you oppose the kingdom's protector? You're a bunch of incompetent sycophants. Chicken shits. Not any better than the scum hiding in the forest.
I apologize, sire. I'll do everything in my power to...
All I hear from you over and over again are excuses and prevarication. And results? None. I therefore placed the city council under the authority of Sir Marquardt von Aulitz, who is present here, with immediate effect. He will make sure you finally do your duty.
But, sire, that would be a violation of the privileges granted to us as a free mining town.
Silence! I am the only guarantor of your rights. You have to earn your privileges, not hide behind them. During my brother's reign, this idleness was perhaps tolerated. But that is over now. You were given a few simple tasks. But instead of working on them, you idled in the baths and lined your pockets. And let the traitors cast their nets undisturbed.
El de colita, ¿quién carajo es?
Unlike my brother, I am capable of creating order. And I assure you, I do not distinguish between those who stand in my way. Be they beggars, noblemen, or city councillors. You have 2 weeks to restore order in the city and increase mining output. I want clear results, and you answer only to me and Sir Marquardt von Aulitz now. No one else. The council is dismissed. You, don't go anywhere, boy. Be so kind and remain here. Our throat has become rather dry. And we still wish to speak with our friend von Aulitz.
Yes, sire. As you wish, sire.
Oh, no.
Between the two of us, Marquardt, was I not perhaps too harsh on them? And speak candidly, we have had enough of false flattery.
Sire, you were harsh, but rightfully so. These councillors, they need to be shown their place. You suffered
Tengo
their
miedo.
insolence.
Si el pelado me reconoce.
And the same is true of the Jews.
We know. Otto repeated to us several times that it is time to strike against them.
We are glad he's not here. He would be intolerably self-satisfied if he knew we had heeded him.
Boy, can't you see the king's cup is empty?
You tend to us as if we were infirm. Boy, pour us a monastic wine. The monks had a good year. We have concerns, friend. The Hungarians are rebelling. Our army is falling apart, and we have enemies here on all sides. Would we had a proper army instead of human mercenaries? They cannot be relied upon. And we are no closer to our goal now than a few months ago. Thank you. It is a good year. If our father were still alive, he would have been astonished by the mess that a few years of Wenceslas' reign brought to us. With a single word, he would have put the nobility in their place, and the country would flourish.
Obvio.
God grant him eternal.
We won't need much more time. We'll arrest the traitor Odorin, and the rest will fall in line.
You say the others will be brought into line, but what do you know of them? We know only a few of them. But there's a fortress standing on every damn hill here. What side are their lords on?
We'll find out soon enough, sire.
If only Wenceslas were not such a stubborn ass, and relinquished that throne that he has no use for anyway. The nobility, on the other hand, found a ruler like him very useful. They made a puppet out of him.
Once you restore order, they'll join you. All you have to do is promise them the privileges they lost during Wenceslas' reign.
First, they'd have to be
O sea, ya saben que Oberyn es un traidor.
among themselves. Jobs does everything he can to sow chaos, so that he himself emerges victorious in the end. This business makes me thirsty. Pour me some of that red, boy.
I think Jobst is just waiting for the right moment. He'll switch sides when it suits.
Maybe. But first I'll have to conquer a few more cities, and get a couple more lords on my side. Then they take the threat of war seriously. And Hungary. If Bohemia is a wasp nest, then Hungary is a viper's lair.
You will follow in his footsteps, sire, as soon as you get the chance.
¿Dónde está Bombergo?
But the wine is good here. To your health.
Este pelado le voy a matar apenas tenga lo primero. Una sola oportunidad y lo degüello, el hijo de puta.
And to your health too, boy. May your children grow in a land ruled by a good king.
Thank you, sire. You are too magnanimous.
Why? You did a good job. You can be proud of yourself.
To your health, your majesty.
Le hablamos al rey, chicos. Le hablamos al rey.
We're working on it. While the consul was meeting, Otto von Berghoff and his men set out for Odorin won't give
No, 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 no.
He and Ruthard are in it together. Once we get
Van a atacar el castillo.
we can handle Ruthard easily.
Van a atacar Ruthard.
Rabosh will be yours.
Van a atacar a Rabosh.
After all, Otto has already got Malishov.
I appreciate your confidence, sire.
But the devil knows there are a lot more strong.
No!
For the king, red wine, boy.
No, we shall have white. We have had enough of red.
White it is. Quickly. If Rabosh falls, others will follow.
I think von Berghoff's little contraption will find its use again.
If need be, we could use it to raise this town hall too. And I have some suggestions for other candidates.
Not so fast, my friend. It's a wondrous tool, but we can't rely on it forever.
But to bring it here to the square and point it at the city hall? Those sycophants would only benefit from a warning like that.
It's a splendid idea, but it won't be necessary. The councillors are quite fearful enough already that they can hide nothing from us.
There's been enough fretting, sire. You shall see. Soon we will drink to the conquest of another fortress.
You are right. So then, to victory. And you, boy, will you drink with us? So that you shall have something to tell your children and grandchildren.
To victory, sire.
To today's, and those of the future.
Qué raro que el pirado no me reconozca. ¿No? Es muy raro.
Tempura mutanto. How would you like a wine, Chevalier?
The art of wine recipes are passed on from father to son, and each generation brings them to perfection. Even the French, the king himself had wine delivered for his table according to my advice.
I expect his lordship had the best barrels rolled out. Now, if you'd only known he had a real connoisseur here.
Best barrels? Mon ami, this wine would perhaps be suited to the infirmary, where it would suffice for cleaning wounds and easing pain. For that, the taste is of little consequence.
Baron Vacu Voku. I'm filled with
What a rich bride. Fat dowry is going to
either. You in need of something, my well-oiled friend.
I'd like to drink a toast with so touching. Come now. What's become of your poetic soul?
I never had one.
Truly? Not even a little?
Oh, maybe once. The older I get, the worse it is. Give me a few more years and I'll become a professional mourner.
See now. I'll only there's fuck.
I've got a tongue like a slice of week old bread after all that gabbing.
Well, get something wet for us then.
His lordship is so unsteady on his legs, he can't make it as far as the keg.
To hell with that keg slop. Your father, I had my eye on him all evening. He had left the rest of us to drink cheap dregs.
You can bet on it.
I don't doubt it.
Finally, fuck off.
I wouldn't despair just... Let's drink and be merry.
Aye, you already said that.
¿Y acá? ¿Qué están haciendo acá?
Just a bit longer.
Aye, you already said that.
No quiero más vino, no quiero más vino.
Come on, finished.
Pull up your skirt, and I'll be done.
Forget it.
Fuck off.
What does it matter? We reached an agreement, but it's going to take time to raise an army. Until then...
Me veo una goma.
Not this again. But when it comes to affairs of state...
Estoy garchando acá, a mí no me caga.
Oh, yeah. Keep going.
So you keep saying.
Huh. I still can't wait for that ginger cunt. I remember someone
The same as our holier than thous.
What is bothering you, young man?
mater, sempiter gravida.
Get over here, now!
I don't know. Yes?
First you ridiculed me in front of Alder, and now I find out you're sneaking around my house like a thief?
I should have known you'd turn your servants into snitches.
And you're as drunk as a fiddler to boot.
And I intend to get even more drunk. Anyway, I have to go for some more wine.
My wine?
A distinguished guest's wish.
I'll see about that. And you, get out of my sight. You reek of booze. Just look at him.
May I interrupt you for a moment? You already did, didn't you?
What's the matter?
One of the most esteemed guests all over the place. I meant the really fine wine.
No way. Sir Martin...
Have you seen the state he's in? Tomorrow, he won't even remember what was agreed here today. Anyway.
All right. Them pictures...
Now off you go. Good evening, my esteemed lady. I haven't yet had the opportunity to make your acquaintance.
No matter. I know who you are. Although Martin hardly spoke of you, from what I heard, I could conjure up a pretty good picture.
No offense, ma'am. But whatever picture you paint of me, I have reason enough to believe it's mistaken.
Indeed. So the stories of how in your youth you used to drag a different chambermaid to your bed every night is nothing but slander?
And I also heard that you once fell drunk into the trench in front of the fortress, horse and all.
All right, I confess to that one. But nothing happened to either me or the horse.
Capo que Goodwin, la puta madre.
And is it not true that one of your paramours made off with your late mother's jewelry?
We are all sinners, Mom. And besides, that was 20 years ago. A person can change a lot in that time.
Unquestionably. My husband is living proof of it. No more than I.
Would you kindly introduce your two companions?
This is Lady Christina, second wife of Lord Binic of Norsteds. She's standing in for him here today.
Nice to meet you, sir.
How come your husband didn't come?
Because he's been rotting for nearly a year in the king's captivity.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mom.
I've been praying for it since the day I got word of his captivity. Perhaps worldly powers will come to our aid once the promised army turns up.
No lo sabía.
What's your opinion of the outcome of today's assembly?
That it's about time. Although at the onset it looked like everyone here would carry on arguing like fishwives at the market. But in the end, it seems the agreement arrived at will bear fruit.
It's been a pleasure, my lady.
And this here is Lady Helena of Dvorets, my niece and ward.
God be with you, sir.
Please excuse her. This is her first time at such a large gathering.
You're fortunate, miss. Your aunt sets you a good example. And I'm...
Yes. Lady Matilda has always kept a close eye on me.
And I know what I'm doing.
Are you well acquainted with our hosts?
Only a little. Sir Martin Oderin and his son have been to visit at Lady
tiramos los
Matilda's on
galgos.
several occasions.
They come to me for advice on selecting horses. If it hadn't been for me, that mule he's bragging about to everyone...
It's rather noisy here for my...
Well, Auntie?
Restrain your ardor. You're not the first to try and lure my girls somewhere out of my sight. If you want to amuse yourself with them...
But I had no wish to.
And while you're on your way, we'll...
Do I look like a servant to you?
No. But surely you'll be so kind and bring us another pitcher of wine? I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you're not playing for the first time, but you can't be real.
Obvio. Nunca estuve tan en pedo en este juego.
How should I interpret this question?
In the simplest terms, I'm offering you a business deal, without any ulterior motives. I am...
How come you're still here, sir? When you...
All hail Jobst! He sorted out things here nicely. He got my money, but you know how it goes. Give them a finger. I explained to the Margrave that I'm not going anywhere, and I sent my captain with him. He's still young and full of piss and vinegar. I'm too old and fond of my comfort.
Did you at least discuss with Hanus where the wedding will take place?
Nothing to discuss. It'll be at our castle Potstein, of course. It's the pride of our family. We can fit in 3 times more people than here, and that still wouldn't be much.
Ah, but there are 2 castles in Rattay. I'd bet my right arm old Hanus will want to have the wedding there.
What? In Rattay? Well, I ought to look into that then.
But deal with him yourself, though. I won't be your gent's messenger anymore.
Rempeo.
Greetings to you, friend.
Having a good time? He's a fucking bore. These old farts here have no idea what fun is. Well, what are you missing? There's wine, food. Even a few females worth the sin. Well, let's have a game for a coin. Since it's your...
Ni siquiera veo los dados. Espera, ¿3-6? A la mierda. Creo que en pedo tengo más suerte que... No, le son 3-1. Qué roto que tiene. Está chiteando, está chiteando. No, ganó. No, no, tiene que estar. No puede ser.
What kind of name? Palace, anyway. It's pronounced Bucephalus.
¿Dónde está el lugar del... ¿Dónde está el Novi?
Ha! Told you! You're the same as
Well, the groom isn't looking too happy at the moment.
The day scrubbing that floor.
Sorry.
From cleaning up this pigsty? Any time.
I've come to rescue...
Really?
Well...
Of course. What else? Do you play dice?
You mean... strip dice?
You strip if you like. Either way, you'll end up bare-assed and...
All right.
I'm curious to see you play.
Let it be now. I want to play too, you know. Well, that's
La
not worth
puta
mentioning.
madre. ¿Pero qué onda? No, está todo re arreglado
Just
esto.
like that.
Está todo re arreglado. ¿Qué onda con esta gente? ¿Cómo?
Well, you're not afraid of anything.
3-1, 3-1. Si hubiera mis dados chiteados, no tiene chances. No.
That'll work.
¿Qué?
We won't get rid of him that easily.
Everybody likes a drop of white.
Now there's a piece of horseflesh for you, Rootard. Not like that nag of yours.
What the hell do you beat it with? It looks more like a damn bull.
Sir! Sir! There's some horsemen right out front of the fortress.
Ah, that's Peter of Pisac. Wouldn't come to the council, but he is coming happily to this celebration, you old fox.
Oh no.
Come on in, sir. There's wine aplenty.
Oh no.
Hey! Hey! Intruders! Enemies at the gates!
Seize the nobles! Kill the rest!
Jesus! The surrounding crowd!
We'll kick your asses!
Nice, right!
The victor is the one who doesn't shake that fucker out, damn it!
Not one step back! Stand your ground!
Hey! I need a hand here!
La puta madre, boludo, me one-shotean. ¿Para qué tomé tanto?
Jesus! The surrounding Christopher! He can't make it on his own.
You're mine! Hey! I need a hand here! Over the head!
Not one step back! Stand your ground!
Come on!
Arriba ya muy tarde.
Quick!
Igual para usar la masa.
Oh, heck, you're up!
Fucking whore
Kurva! We'll kick your asses! What you made of?
Glory!
Pero...
I'll tear you a new asshole, you don't fuck
For the cross!
¡No! Me voy a usar la espada porque claramente no.
You're done here, Rosa.
Carajo pasó.
That was a close shave.
A little too close. Oh, fuck me.
Do my eyes deceive me? Henry!
Goodwin.
How did you get...
Damn. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you. You turned up at just the right moment.
Is everyone alright?
No, some are, some aren't.
They captured Odorin, Kunstad and Rutard. And they took Alder and Kunrad of Vector away too.
They wanted to slay the rest like dogs.
What about my father? And Hanush?
They left with Yobs long before that. I'm sure they're all right, but... not everyone was so lucky.
What happened, Goodwin? Who died?
Anna of Waldstein. She didn't
No,
stand a
no,
chance
se
against
murió
the
la...
butchers. May she rest in peace.
She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And they almost killed my brother.
But only almost. Good luck.
What do you mean, almost? What happened?
I got there in time. Christopher tried to defend our father.
Old grievances aside, Odorin is an ally. The same as Rutard and Botchek.
Well, they all have their quirks. Cousin Botchek's a money-grabbing magpie. But I wouldn't give up on the fucker either.
We'll have to wait for the other side's move anyway. We don't even know where von Berghow took them.
Where did they go? Back to Rattay?
They've got to raise an army for us. And I hope they fucking hurry.
So we have a plan to counter Sigismund?
More of a promise than a plan.
But, as you can see, our allies are getting scarce. We should lay low until Jobst gets back.
I'll gladly play dead for a while.
Be so kind. And don't speak of the dead.
I tried to come as soon as possible and warn you, but von Bergov's people beat me here.
You knew he was coming.
I was standing a few steps from von Aulitz when he told Sigismund I was pouring them wine, and had to listen to how Sigismund was going to give him Raborsch. It was a horrible feeling. Not being able to do anything about it.
And what could you possibly do?
Kill them. Both of them.
My fingers would itch too. Was there any knife lying around? Or at least a fork?
Do you know what that would cause?
The war would end.
But at what cost? After Sigismund's death, his army would be cut loose. They'd ransack the city and kill anyone in their way.
Do you like watching those foreigner dogs rampaging around and slaughtering innocents? Who else has to die before we do something about it?
Tell us about it. We were neck deep in corpses before you bothered to turn up.
Well, not you.
Fuck you, Jan. I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat, trust me.
We've lost a lot of allies. We'll have trouble finding new ones. They'll be afraid to even peep against Sigismund.
Well, are you surprised? Look around. Sigismund showed everyone what's coming for all who resist him.
Is there anything we can do?
Definitely not right now. We'll treat the wounded, bury the dead, get the hell out of here. Then we'll hide in the Devil's Den and wait for Jobst and his army.
If I survive the journey. Oh, God's teeth. That stupid nag nearly broke me in half.
The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to ransack the Jewish quarter. That is, he ordered it, more like.
Fuck! Liechtenstein's got his people there. They could reveal a lot.
The city rabbi is sitting upstairs in the hall. At least he's safe here.
They're our allies. We have to help them.
What do you mean by we? Everyone here is lucky to be still breathing. I can just see them all jumping to their feet and rush to save their poor Jews. Maybe Samuel will figure something out. He wanted to talk to you anyway.
He's here too?
Aye, escorting the rabbi. You should go and see them as...
Anyway, we've got work to do. Goodwin?
Give me a moment. I'll go and see Christopher first. Guard the walls until morning. If anyone shows up... God's punishment or not, brought upon themselves.
Mataron a todos. Son un par de Groshens. Los va a necesitar.
Good to see you both.
Oh, come on. You know, I've walked out of much worse scrapes laughing.
They could well have killed us all. If it hadn't been for you, Henry, von Berkhoff could have caused a lot more harm.
Von Aulitz surprised even Sigismund with that. You should have seen the look on the king's face when he told him.
Well, thank God we all survived.
Well, not all of us. They killed Lady Anna of Volstein and many other nobles. It was slaughter.
And they captured our closest and most influential allies. Without them, we can hardly get the burghers on our side. We're stuck.
We'll figure out a way to help them.
But how?
Get a grip. Whining doesn't help anyone.
You're right. When I drink too much wine, I get overwhelmed with self-pity. Nevertheless, I have to admit it can't get much worse.
Actually, it might. Very soon. At Sigismund's council, an order was given to ransack the Jewish quarter.
God's wounds! We need to get back to the city and warn them.
I'm going with you.
Out of the question. Do you want to end up imprisoned again? You'll be more useful if you stay here and help Shishka. Henry, tell Samuel and the rabbi to get ready to travel. I'll try to get someone else to join.
Estoy sangrando, ¿no? ¿1900? Estoy.
What have they done that the Lord is punishing them like this? God's punishment or not, they brought it upon themselves. As greedy as a pig.
Yes. The best thing we can do is to keep doing our work.
What if the old lord doesn't?
Ah, mataron a las tres, a la vieja y a las dos.
He's not a little boy anymore. Soon he'll get married and have a bunch of children.
We can only hope to knock down 3 like him. What about your horse?
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire.
Maybe he survived. Maybe he'll come back.
Mataron a todos.
God for small mercies. Otherwise, that bastard was hardly worth it. Don't say that. But if you got yourself killed, wouldn't have helped. It is enough that you gave them
Sam, I need to have a word with you.
Uh-huh. That makes 2 of us.
Just tell him. You may not get another chance.
I talked to Goodwin.
Somos hermanos.
He said you know each other?
What did he talk about? Me?
We talked about your stepfather, Martin.
Why? Neither of you knew him.
It's true, I did not. But I tried many times. Remember how I stared at your sword when we first met? I recognized the Master's symbol engraved there. Well, the thing is, I am Martin's son.
What?
What?
Pa's son? How the...
Yes, his son. That is, his bastard son.
Why are you even telling me this?
I thought you would want to know. Martin was raising you instead of being with Mother. And me.
I know what it's like. My real father rejected me too. I learned the truth only after Pa's death.
You know, all my life, I thought if I did not give a shit about that man, it would be easier. But now that I know, I will never see him.
I can tell you about him if you want. But now is not the right time. This is not the end. We have to go to Kuttenberg, now. Sigismund ordered confiscation of the property of people in the Jewish quarter.
The king has approved Xere.
He's no king to me. He's a fucking whoreson.
Vamos a matarlo.
What's a Gezerah?
That is hard to explain.
Nonsense. It is as clear as day. Christians set out to kill our people. Innocent and often defenseless. Ransack their houses and divide the loot. And all that with the king's blessing.
This is what we were afraid of. But we did not expect Sigismund to be in such a hurry. We need to get back into the city and get the... Will you come with us?
I'll come.
Very well.
Let's not waste time.
Thank God you're all right. On the way here, I saw Sigismund horsemen and feared the worst.
Kubienka? What brings you here?
Well, I heard you were having some kind of a feast here, so I came to grab a bit of meat. And I see, instead of that, you have a massacre here.
Well, the real massacre is yet to come if we don't do something fast. We have to get to Kuttenberg. Can we borrow the wagon you arrived on?
But of course. I borrowed it too, if you know what I mean, but,
Could you stop blabbering already?
Easy, Ingele. And you, sir, if you...
All right. But could you please tell me what the fuck is going on?
I'll explain to you on the way. Time is running out.
Are you coming too, Sir John?
Of course.
But do you think that's a good idea? No offense, sir, but you're no great warrior.
I'm not. But I'm not just going to sit here and wait, either.
All right, then. Let's go.
Vámonos.
Peresh, can we go any faster?
Settle down, son. If you must keep your tongue busy, then use it to pray.
Would you tell me what the fuck is going on already?
Sigismund ordered an attack on the Jewish quarter. We need to get everyone out of there fast.
Bloody hell. I just got ailed up so nicely today.
Oh, that is just great. My mother's life is in the hands of a drunkard.
Don't worry. We'll save your mother.
And everyone else too. Don't forget that.
You seem to care an awful lot about these people, sir.
Are you surprised? It's all my fault. If they weren't helping me...
That droid of Sigismund, may his name be erased, would have found some other excuse to get rid of us.
Look, it's not that I don't feel sorry for you, but don't you think maybe we could make the horses go a little faster? At this pace, we won't make it there in a week.
We really should pick up the pace.
All right. Schnell! Schnell!
A la mierda. Y vamos a llegar más. Si no se viaja rápido.
What's the matter? Why are we stopping?
La concha
We
de
will
lora.
walk from here. We cannot drive right into those murderers' arms.
But how do we get into the town then?
We will go through Sherwin.
Por los túneles.
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town. One of them ends here.
Won't it collapse on our heads?
We'll find out soon enough.
Follow me.
What a blessing it is to have found the passageway.
I would be happier if we could do without it.
We all would, lad. But it has been decided as punishment for our
I heard something.
¿Qué pasó? Tengo que esperar a estos boludos.
This isn't the way I should go.
Como tengo que ir por otro lado. Entiendo. Entiendo. No, se rebugueó la misión esta de mierda. Oh. Creo que voy a tener que reiniciar. Los dos boludos están trabajando.
This way. Hopefully we'll find it quickly. I left a stack of my papers in the tavern. And if they fall into Sigismund's hands, people in other towns will die too.
Do you think we're gonna make it in time? To find the papers? Save the people?
I pray we can, Henry. There's nothing more I can do. Hopefully everything will be all right at the tavern. My stash is locked away, and Samuel's friends are guarding the place. But who knows what the situation is like in the streets now?
Are you afraid?
Me? Do you have any idea how many times I've had to run from a burning town or deal with a hired assassin?
More than once, I reckon.
A lot more, I can tell you. But I admit, I was afraid every single time. Damn it.
What's the matter?
The door leading up to the tavern is open. Samuel's men wouldn't have left it like this.
I'll go upstairs and...
I hope so. If they took anything from down here, I'll gather up my things in the meantime.
Entiendo nada.
Are you absolutely sure there's no one left? You better go and take another look. Sorry,
I'm damn thirsty. I knew a bloke would try that. What happened to it? I don't know, actually. Never saw him come out. Searched the whole place. Any important looking documents? How the fuck should I know what an important document looks like? I ain't never seen none.
You want to try me?
A ver, ¿qué tenía? Mataron a los dos. Esto no está tan mal, pero no sé, llevármelo. Capaz que sea a por del orto si me lo llevo. Tiene que haber algo más, ¿no? Sombrero judío. Tiene que haber algo más, me estoy olvidando algo.
Ah, damn.
Damn.
Sakra.
Jewish bread? A ver, si me robo todo no me van a ver mal.
Baruch Hashem, Henry. You're all right.
Sam, you're back already? How does it look outside?
A few of the cutthroats got in over the walls, but we dealt with them. But there are more outside the gate.
4 of them were here in the tavern too.
Fortunately, they didn't take anything important. But your friends paid for it with their lives.
What?
I'm so sorry. If it's any consolation, Henry here has already taken care of those cutthroats.
But they didn't look like they just came to the tavern by chance. Eric must have sent them. What about your mother? Is she all right?
She is, thank God. I told her to get ready, and we would come for her right away.
I'm really sorry about...
There was nothing you could do. Benavis Amartes. This Eric is really pissing me off. I've never laid...
There'll be plenty of time.
I'm sure Mum is waiting for us. We have...
You go ahead. I'll lock the tavern and block the secret path.
But sir, if any more of them come here...
I can take care of myself. Now go. God be with you.
I can't go there yet. I have to get to Sam's mother first.
Come on, Henry. Bring Ma.
¿Se murió este tipo? Entiendo.
I have to help him. Bring Ma here.
No, no entiendo.
Oh, Himmel! What's the matter? Where's Sam?
Don't worry, Mom. He sent me to take you to him.
Mein Gott! What happened to him?
Nothing. He's out on the street helping the wounded.
Wait! Who are you anyway?
My name is Henry, and I'm a friend of Sam's. I was the one—
Thank you!
Watch out! More are coming! Run to the back, it might be safer there!
What's going on?
Sam! Are you alright?
I'm fine, but we will talk when you are safe.
Now, we have to get to the synagogue. But how?
Through the backyards! Follow me! Watch out! They're shooting at us! From the ramparts! Get rid of them!
Ah, no. ¿Cómo? La concha de la hermana.
Fuck you!
Ni le pegué. ¿Cómo carajo los mato desde ahí? Con esta pistola de mierda.
Shooting at us! From the ramparts! Get rid of them!
¿Le pegué?
I'm gonna get you, you Harson!
¿No le pegué? Qué paja, boludo.
Beat you to a bloody pulp, fuck.
No, no le pego.
Leave us alone! Fuck you!
Y no.
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp, fucker!
Chicos. No, 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 no. Emisión del orto.
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp, fucker.
Hay un arco y flecha por acá. ¿Qué carajo, boludo? Una la... Voy a fijar cómo es.
Rip your ass open!
Funciona.
Watch out! They're shooting at us! From the ramparts! Get rid of them!
¿Cuál es medio una mentira que... ¿No le pegué? No puede ser. No puede ser.
I'm gonna get you, you Harson! be in the rainbow.
Help us! Ah! Ah!
For the cross!
¿Me pegué?
They're gone. We have to keep going. Through the yards.
O sea, no le pegué desde 2 metros y le pego desde la Narnia.
Now
Tiene mucho sentido.
We cannot get past the wagon. We have to go this way. Through the house.
fucking die, Goodwin! Need a hand here! Sehr gut. What's the matter? Shit! Ha! Good strike! Ha! Sehr gut. Ah! What do you want? You got what was coming, poor son. The place is clear now. Come inside. Mommy, are you all right?
I'm fine. But what about you, mein Kind?
I'm still alive. We can talk later. Now, we have to go. We are here. Come to us.
Kiss them all down!
Come on!
What the hell?
What is it, fuckers? Rather slaughter women and the defenseless?
Let's go! What's going on up there?
Go inside. Quick.
To the fucking task.
I've never been so glad to see you two.
In need of a helping hand, are you?
No, I just don't want to die here alone.
Este hijo de remil puta.
There they are.
Well, now we're really fucked.
Mustn't get
Es trolo,
inside.
¿no?
We have to hold them
No
back.
tengan
For
miedo.
how long, though?
As long as we need to.
Ahora, es buena para probarla.
Come on, scum!
You got him out.
Y uno más.
Bleeding like a little pig. Flash him on the head. Christ! Give me strength! Ready to die? Don't spare him! I'll beat you to a mercy! I surrender! You'll get no mercy from me. No mercy! Get in! In the name of Allah! Show what you're made of! Fuck you!
Oh, la masa esta de mierda.
Never saw that coming. Christ! Show what you're made of!
For glory and carnage! Die!
You haven't a chance!
I feel quite hungry! For glory!
Done, fucker!
¿Qué tal la droga? Bastante bien. O sea, los haría bosta con la espada, pero quería... Estoy nivel 9. Quiero subir un poco la masa, pero... Claramente... No me da. O sea, con la espada los mato a todos de una. Ahora no entiendo el suyo. No dije nada. Ahora creo que me están one-shoteando porque no me bajo el escudo. No me bajo el yelmo.
Good strike! Take that fucker out, damn it! God will forgive you! Yeah, smash his face in! Show what you make!
Ya que te hacen sanguchito y cagaste.
I'll be jumping you in a flash! Come and help me with it! Yeah, smash his face in! Take that! God will forgive you! Yeah! Yeah, spare him! You haven't a chance! No chance! You rat! Glory! My grievance to the devil! I didn't wait till you bastard! Hey! Get him! I'll take you to a bloody hole, fucker! God the mercy! Damn it! Do it myself! Burn in hell!
Kurwa!
It's like
pressing a half-dead dog.
Stop praying. Send my greetings to the devil. Kill them. God will forgive you. Aye, fuck that. Don't spare it.
Tiene mucho rango.
I'm gonna finish you. We'll rid this place of you.
Espera, paré.
Bleeding like a stuck pig. Take that fucker, damn it.
Are you fucking kidding?
Christ, give me! Hell is waiting, you bastard! Nice strike. I'll crucify you! My fingers! Pray to Jesus for mercy! Bash him on the head! In the name of our Lord!
Come on! Everyone's inside! Henry, come on! Let's go!
Oh no. Pareció el trolazo.
God mål med.
Let's go. It's this way.
Damn, that was a close shave. I reckon I should go to Samuel's mother and talk to her about Martin. I won't get another chance.
Okay. No, creo que... pasó?
Surely we cannot just leave them here like this.
There's nothing we can do now. We must get the wounded out of here first.
Are we just supposed to bury them by the side of the road?
I am sure the Lord will understand. And if you do not believe me, ask the rabbi. He will surely agree.
Ani Eileicho eftoch. Wenn ich hab gehabt Eures, bin ich säumig auf Hashem.
Don't worry, even if that happens.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, lad. I thank you for everything.
I know this might not be the best time, but do you think we could talk about Martin?
What? You know my Martin?
I do. He's, well, he's my father.
Bori Hashem.
I mean, not actually by blood, but he raised me.
Mein Sis Kindele. Tell me, how is he?
He died. It's only been a few months.
Oh, Tehena Shutsura Bitzroir Hayem.
Sigismund burned down my village. Pa went to help Ma and... well, they both died there.
I am sorry to hear that, lad. But that is the Martin I knew. He always put others first. At least you survived.
¿Por qué te abandonó?
That would make Martin happy.
I'm sorry I don't have better news to give you.
Do not worry about it. I am just sad he died before he could meet Samuel.
Is everything all right?
Yes, do not worry. We were just talking about Martin.
How did you meet Martin, if I may ask?
It was such a long time ago. He wanted to open a blacksmith shop in town, but there was no place among your people, so he tried his luck in our quarter.
And that's where he met you?
The rabbi gathered the Goodmen so they could decide whether we wanted to have a goy blacksmith. And Martin wouldn't
No
stop
puedo
looking
dormir, me voy a autolesionar.
Then it went schlag auf schlag.
No sé, no lo hagas.
So what happened that
Ahora
made
nos vamos a
Martin
dormir.
leave you?
My Martin would never leave me.
Voy a dormir.
My father found out we were seeing each other and did his best to drive him away. To marry a goy is isur deoraisa. Forbidden. But Martin would not give in, and we kept seeing each other until one day I was ubore.
That
With
means
child.
pregnant.
With
Yes.
child.
My father knew that if word got out, he would not be able to avoid the shame. So he did not miss a beat and took me out of town in secret. I did not even have time to tell Martin the news. I was gone for almost 4 years. In the meantime, my father told everyone that he had married me off. But my husband died. And he only let me come back when he was sure people had accepted it.
Did Martin not go looking for you when you suddenly disappeared?
People said he did go looking for me, even as far as Colin, but he did not find out anything at all.
If only he had gone all the way to Prague.
Even if he went to the very edge of the world, it would not have been enough. Father would have hidden me somewhere else.
And what about you? Did you ever find another man after that?
No. My father called me a widow, so I stayed a widow.
And he didn't try to find anyone else for you?
You know he did, but it never worked out. I made sure of that.
And did you ever go looking for
I asked around, but no one remembered anything. Or they chose not to. That was probably my father's doing too. And I could not just leave and go looking for him around the world. I had to take care of Samuel. That was the most important thing.
All right. That's about it.
Before you go, tell me, what was Martin like as a father?
Well, he was strict with me, but not too much. Especially in the forge, he worked me hard. I dream about him quite often. About that last day and what he said to me while we were forging a sword together. He said a life of adventure can be over before it begins. And that blacksmithing might be a dull job, but I keep my head on my neck.
He was absolutely right.
Well, look at me now.
You saved all our lives. Martin would be proud of you. He raised you well.
I'm sorry to keep you this long, but... well, I never thought I'd have a brother, even if not related by blood.
Well, I did not expect that either. And thank you, my almost brother. If it was not for you, I do not know how today would have ended. What are your plans now?
I'll go back to the Devil's Den. To Zizka and the others. We need to figure out what to do next.
I will see you there then. But first, I have to escort everyone to Colleen. I do not want anything to happen to them on the way.
Everything should be all right now.
Take care of yourselves, dear brother. I will see you this time tomorrow at the Devil's Den.
Have a safe journey.
Sei gesund.
Okay. Bueno, mañana seguimos. Avanzamos demasiado, me parece. Demasiadas cosechas. Demasiadas. Mañana podemos hacer una secundaria y empezar la otra. En fin, Gracias por ver el stream. Espero que lo hayan pasado lindo. Nos vemos en un rato. O a la noche. Probablemente a la noche. Espero que mañana no haga tanto valor. Seguramente va a hacer mucho calor. En fin. Gracias por estar acá. Chao, chicos. Abrazo.